me?
This conference will now be recorded.
Yeah, hi everybody. This is Mukund. My name is Mukund Toro. I'll write it on the screen for you. Of course, it's there in the. Yeah, I have logged in as Mukund Toro anyway. So this is me, and I'm going to be the trainer, going to be the host, going to be the instructor, mentor. Call me what you feel like. Yeah. So very warm welcome on behalf of Preparation Info onto this course, onto this call today. Good morning or good afternoon or good evening, as the case may be, depending on which time zone you are in. I am joining in from Bangalore, India. Those of you who may not know where is Bangalore. So it is in the southern peninsula of the country. Yeah. So very good to see you. It's very happy to see you all on this call. We already are even before 5 minutes up. We are at least 6 or 7 folks on the call, which is a good sign. Yeah. What we will start with is Ashish. Do you want to address people about how we do this call, and at the end of the session what happens, or would you like me to start, Ashish? Maybe Ashish, I will suggest that you start. Okay, fine. Okay, Ashish, agreed. I would start the call. Yeah. Okay, so what I'm going to do, everybody else, is I'm going to pull up a very small presentation, just one slide, that is. Yeah. And that contains my profile. So so let us do a quick round of introductions, that is. Yeah. So I'll start with mine. Just a moment. Yeah, you are right now seeing it perhaps, but I wanted to change it to a slideshow. Just a moment. Yeah. So this is me on the slide. I must very honestly admit that this is a slightly older photo, maybe about just a moment. I'm trying to share this with you. Not yet successful. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, this looks better. So I must admit this picture is not very recent. It's about 6 or 7 years back. Yeah, so I don't look exactly like this now. Not as young as I look in this picture. Anyway, so my name is Mukund Toro, and you can call me Mukund, you can call me Toro, based on your convenience. Maybe Toro is shorter. Yeah. And if you look at my qualifications, I am an engineering graduate, followed by a degree in management, or rather a certificate in management. Yeah, postgraduate certificate in business management. That's what PGCVM stands for. I'm a PMP. I am a competent communicator, Toastmaster, that is. I'm also a certified Scrum Master, CSM. And recently, recently meaning as much as like in the last 1 year, I have also been an authorized training partner, instructor. So you have to go through a PMI exam, and there are some, you have to go through a PMI course and an exam, and there's a slightly strict filtering process also. So I've gone through that, and now I'm an authorized training partner instructor for PMP from PMI. This comes from PMI. I have about 14 years experience now in training and consulting. I would have perhaps interacted with about 5,000 to 6,000 folks in the course of last 14 years, and I'm still counting. Yeah, I'm still running the show. I'm still counting. I'm a volunteer for some of the PMI activities, for PMBOK 5, PMBOK 6, PMBOK 4 as well, I think. I've been a volunteer reviewer, so you may find my name amongst 400 other names in the appendix of PMBOK 6, PMBOK 5, PMBOK 4 as well, and some other PMI standards as well. Yeah, like software management. There's another standard from PMI. I have also volunteered to review that. Yeah. So occasionally I contribute to PMI as well. I'm a member of a task force also based in my present chapter. Prior to getting into training and consulting, which is what I'm doing now, I have worked for about 20 years. I had worked for about 20 years before I said, fine, I want to switch to training, and that is what I did. Yeah. So I worked for about 20 years, mainly in telecom. I have worked in switching. I've done in, I have designed hardware and software for switches. Yeah. I worked in Motorola. I worked in Novell. I worked in government R&D companies before I went into training and consulting. Yeah. I have interacted with people from many countries. I've visited many countries, US, UK, France, Australia, Canada, uh, Singapore, China. So I've been interacting with people, and since these webinars started, my exposure has increased. So of late, I'm meeting lots of folks from Africa and the Middle East, and sometimes from down under as well. Yeah. I have delivered training in class as well as like what we are doing now, virtual training. Yeah. I have recorded training sessions for some folks. Personally, people tell me that I'm an empathic listener. I'm a good friend and a mentor. I live in Bangalore, as I said. Let me write it on the board for in case you do not know about Bangalore. In case you do not know how Bangalore sounds like or what's the spelling like, just a moment. Sorry. Yeah. So I'm in Bangalore, which is part of, which is in southern India, southern parts of India, in the southern peninsula of India. And I live with my family, my mother-in-law, my wife, two daughters. Of course, my daughters are grown up now. They don't live with us. Both of them are doctors, by the way. Yeah. So I have experience of, I said, 20 years, work for 14, 15 years in consulting. So you would have perhaps guessed my age. So I'm right now 61 years of age. Yeah, that's me. That's if you want to know something more, please do ask. Yeah. Thank you, Omari. Yeah. Thank you for your compliments. Yeah. So what we shall do now, in case you do not want, if you want to know something more about me, I can let you know. Please do ask me on chat, or you can use your microphones. Yeah. Otherwise, we'll just go around the room. Yeah. Probably in the same order in which you have joined the call. Yeah. So I'm done. Ashish, do you want to talk about yourself? Because you are next on the list. Ashish, can you hear me? Or no? Okay. Okay, fine. So Tesfai, would you like to introduce yourself, please? Can we just know? I know your name. Can you just tell me where are you joining in from, and what is your interest in this call, in this training? What's your exposure to project management, and thereby what's your interest in this call and in this training? That's what I would like to know from each of you, probably. So Tesfai, could you please do the honors?
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you very well. If you can turn on your camera, that will be great. I can see how you look like also. Apart from knowing your voice, I can know your face as well. If you don't mind, Tesfai.
Yeah, I make it
Yeah,
on.
I can see you. I can see you.
Yeah, my name is Satisfies. Haile Dake. In Ethiopia, I am Ethiopian.
Okay.
We don't have family names. Yes, we see these three names are my name, my father name, and my grandfather name.
Okay.
That's how we call and write our names.
No, the same here.
Currently,
We also write our father's name as the middle name. Yeah, go ahead,
Yeah,
testify.
yeah. I just currently now I am in Somaliland.
Okay.
I am working in supporting Somaliland Development Fund as a technical advisor for the Ministry of Livestock.
Oh, great.
Before I came here, I was the project manager in Rwanda for 2 years, and then before that, I was working with the UNDP, again managing projects for 3 years.
Your voice is
Uh,
a bit feeble. If you don't mind, testify, can you speak a little louder? Maybe get the microphone closer to your mouth or something. I don't know what is it. Maybe that will work.
okay, can you hear me
Hmm.
now?
Yeah, I can hear you better. Thank you.
Yeah, just after before I came here, I was in Rwanda as a project
Okay.
manager, and then before that for 2 years, and I also was the project manager for UNDP supported project in Ethiopia,
UNDP. Okay. Okay.
UNDP. And before that, again, I was a policy and capacity building advisor with the USRD supported project with SNV in Ethiopia
Okay.
for about 4 years. And
Okay.
then I was in South Sudan, the same
Mm-hmm.
as the team leader for livestock programs with the SNV. I was
Mm-hmm.
there for 4 years, and even before that, I was also again in Ethiopia with SNV as a livestock related project coordinator. Then before I
Mm-hmm.
joined SNV, I was in a research institute
Oh, wow.
as
Okay.
researcher and department head.
Oh,
And
great.
just after that, as other junior lecturer.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Tesfai. So good to know you have lots of experience, and you also have worked on project management. So probably you want to round it off with the PMP qualification, perhaps. That's why you have joined this course, I guess.
Yeah, I want to test myself on this course and show up whether I am really a qualified
Okay.
project manager or not.
Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. Good. Good to know. Good to know you, Tesfai. Thank you very much for your detailed introduction. Good to see you on this
Thank
call.
you.
Once again, welcome
Thank
you.
you.
Charles, would you like to
Yes, good morning,
introduce?
good
Thank you.
afternoon, everyone.
Hi,
You can hear
Charles.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes.
Yes. I'm Charles Rumanyika and I'm a Rwandan citizen. I'm based in Kigali and now currently I'm working for Shema Power Lake Kivu based in Rubavu and we are in project of construction of power plant
Construction of
for
power plant.
extract.
Okay.
Yes, power plant for extraction of methane gas in Lake Kivu, and we are
Mm-hmm.
almost at the end of the project. And I can say in December we are starting the second phase of commissioning because we have already completed the implementation of power plants.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
I'm working there as a site engineer and project document controller.
Mm-hmm.
Since
Great.
end of this September, I'm now working remotely because we are especially in paperwork, and as
Mm-hmm.
we are in end of the project, the company decide to reduce the personnel, and some of us we can work remotely. That's why I'm now based in Kigali. And
Kigali. Okay.
before, yes, we I started the project. I joined this project in June 2020.
Mm-hmm.
And before that, I worked for some project of construction of Izuba real estate apartment in Kigali. I was
Mm-hmm.
working as a project manager, construction project manager, and this
Mm-hmm.
project also is already completed. It was a project of 12, 12 billion of one franc, and it was 64 apartments. And
Oh,
before
okay.
of that,
Super apartment.
yes, I work for a company named Thomas Epiron. It's a Belgium company based in Belgium, and they created a subsidiary company in Rwanda, Thomas Piron Grand Lac, specialized in the construction of building, especially building. And I worked with them for 10 years, exactly 10 or 12 years, as a site engineer first. Then I work as a quantity surveyor, and then site manager and site manager. And I went also in Europe for training for one software for project management, especially to know to control of price, prepare a bill of quantity, everything as a quantity surveyor. And in that project, when I was really interested to be as a certified professional project manager, because it put me, I was really interested for that. And due to time, I could not get that time. But now, when I received the letter from PMP, I say this is the time to join this challenge, because I'm really interested to be a certified project manager.
Great.
That's what I can
very
say.
Good.
Okay, thank you. And
so thank you, Charles, for the introduction. You have lots of experience. Thank you very much. And I hope, I hope you become, you become ready for the exam, ready for PMP exam at the end of this course.
Yes. I'm here now because I have time. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Omari Hoza. I hope I got the pronunciation right.
Yes, exactly. You pronounce it very well. Yes, my name is Omari Hoza, a civil engineer registered coming from Tanzania. For those who don't know where Tanzania is in East Africa, within the African continent. My colleague Charles, we are neighbor. Tanzania and the Rwanda. They are very close to. Yeah, sure.
I'm carrying a big globe here with me, just to know where each place is.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead, Omari.
Okay. We are close to Zanzibar. Hope you come across to hear the word Zanzibar Island.
Yeah, I have come across, surely.
Oh, okay.
Zanzibar,
Wonderful. Yes.
It's a fairly, I have heard it as a child also when I was going to school. Anyway,
really?
Go ahead, Omari.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm a civil engineer registered in Tanzania professionally. I've been working for 14 years now. I think as per previous colleague, I might be a little junior, but very keen to have more years like what you have, Mr. Toro. So you have accomplished so many things.
No, not really.
Honestly, yeah, sure. Now, currently, I'm working with as a construction manager, construction and contracting manager with a real estate company called the CPS Zanzibar in Zanzibar, Ireland. I just joined it very recently, coming from the background of oil and gas industry with a British company called the RSK. Was having a massive project in Dar es Salaam of bioremediation, which is we were treating soil and water within the depot, oil depots and the retail site. Then that's where I did find myself having a gap within the project management, because before that, joining RSK, I was working with a local construction company here in Dar es Salaam mainly. I didn't find myself that I have that gap since I met the RSK, where I was having a platform to join with so many expertise coming from globally. It's where I see myself. Oh, there are something missing from my professionalism and career as well. So it's where I started to chase PMP, because I believe it was a proper area where I can learn and be competent enough to pursue my duties. So I'm here now to to try and see how do I fill the gaps, because I was working as a project manager with RSK, but within coordination with other expertise is where I learn a lot from there. As currently as a project construction manager, it's really involving me in contractors, so many stakeholders within my cycle. That's why I say probably this is the right time to learn more from others and to see where I can fit.
Okay. Thank you, Omari.
Yes. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. We have lots of experience that you have. Yeah, great. Good to know. Yeah.
Thank you.
Wish you good luck. Yeah. And
Thank you.
yeah, I recall now Zanzibar was known for cloves, 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 clove, the
Exactly.
spice. That is what Zanzibar was known for. I recall
exactly.
now.
Still now, it's a clove island. Yes. It's a very beautiful island. If you have time, please step
sure.
step down.
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you. Charles, I noted your message also. Thank you. In which you informed all of us. I think everybody is able to see the chat. So yeah, you are a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering. Great, good to know that. Yeah. So Jackson, would you like to please introduce yourself very quickly? Jackson, can you hear me? Jackson? Yeah, here we go. Jackson's
Hello.
mic on now. Yes,
Yeah,
hi Jackson.
yeah. My name is Jackson Wanyancha. I'm from also Tanzania, East Africa. As Mr. Hoza has already introduced my country. My experiences is, or my professional is, I'm an ICT officers in the government institution. One of the government institution. I'm located in Kahama, which is found in Lake Zone. I mean that in Shinyanga region. So my interest is in studying this course. Maybe I would like just to mention a little concerning with project management, especially in ICT, because in ICT we have also Prince 2. So I try just to measure between the advantages of studying project PMP and Prince 2. So I came to realize that PMP is the best and is a very broader comparable to Prince 2. So currently I've been appointed as the project manager in my organization. So I think it's the right time to study this course, and I think it will be very helpful in the organization.
Yeah, sure. I'll try to.
Yeah. So that's a little concerning with that.
Thank you, Jackson. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
So Prince 2
Thank
and
you.
PMP, you're welcome. They are comparable since you talked about that. I think the test process is a bit more rigorous with PMP. It is not easy to pass the exam. I guess Prince 2 is a little easier. That's what I gather. I do not know much about Prince 2. I have only read a little about it, heard a little about it. Yeah, I know much more about PMP.
So you mean that you say that in sitting for the exam,
just a moment. Let me turn off my
comparable to
phone.
PMP.
Sorry?
I say that you say that to pass for Prince 2 is very easy, comparable to PMP. Comparable to PMP.
Easier
Why?
to pass. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Otherwise, the content is roughly the same. The knowledge contained is roughly the same. But the exam given by PMI is a little more rigorous. That's what I would say. Yeah. Anyway, this is about PMP. So thank you, Jackson. Yeah.
Okay. Thank
Vinod,
you. Thank you.
Welcome. Vinod Garla.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you, Mr. Mukund?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you, Vinod?
Very good. So, as you see, my name Vinod Garla. I am from Uganda. So basically, I'm a South Indian too, working in Uganda, East Africa since 10 years. I've been joined here as a marketing executive, and over the last 10 years, I've took almost 4 promotions, and
Oh wow.
today I'm heading 2 entities, both distribution and e-commerce retail head.
Mm-hmm.
So the purpose of joining this course is like there is a more and bigger and wider room in the open world here in the market to open
Okay.
for the more businesses. So
Okay.
I thought this would be the right choice and right platform for me to learn more about like more projects. More
Mm-hmm.
whereas I'm a master in business. I did my master's in business administration 2011. So
Mm-hmm.
every day there are many skills are coming, there many courses and a lot of topics are coming into the world.
Mm-hmm.
It's very important in this competitive market after the pandemic to have a skill upgradation and also
Mm-hmm.
get it more. It's important, but at the same point of time, getting it certified will be more advantageous. That's what I
Okay.
felt, and I thought of like it will be also will
Oh,
help
great.
me in future delivering the future projects more
Okay.
efficiently. Hence, I
Okay.
opted this project.
Thank you. Yeah. Great. Great, Vinod. Thank you. So good to know that
Good to
you
know.
went to Uganda and created a success story. Wow.
Yeah, thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you, Vinod.
Yeah.
There's somebody by name, who has logged in as Microsoft. Yeah, Microsoft something. So I don't know who it is. Could you please, introduce yourself?
Hello.
I can hear you. Yes.
Hello.
Hello. I can hear you. There's a lot of echo, but that's okay. I can still make out what you're saying.
Okay. This is Monica Macaro. You
You're
can
from
hear.
Cairo. Okay.
You can hear me right now, right?
I didn't hear your name.
Monica Macaro.
Oh,
Monica
Monica. Okay.
Macaro.
Okay. Yeah, please go ahead, Monica.
Okay. I am from Tanzania, the state known as Dar es Salaam.
Mm-hmm.
I am 33 years of age.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just choosing to join the project management course because currently I'm a project manager since 2019 up to now.
Okay.
But I didn't really have pretty much experience on the project. That's why I chosen to join in order to
Okay.
gain on managing the projects.
Okay. Okay.
I'm in the private industry, dealing with ICT solutions and infrastructure. But to my side, I'm located as a training manager on training staffs. So currently, I'm based in a manager on trainings.
Okay. Okay.
And yes, I don't have much experience on how to handle the project. That's why I chosen to join.
Okay.
Yes, so that I can gain much on how to handle, how to manage the project.
Monica, there is a lot of echo. You may want to, I don't know, maybe you're using the inbuilt microphone of the laptop or your computer.
Yes. Okay.
There's a lot of echo, but I had a little hard time trying to understand what you're saying.
Sure.
Anyway, it's good to see you on the call, hear you, and good to see you on the call, Monica.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you. Danish, it's not Danish, it is Danish's wife, probably.
Hi, yeah, this is
Hi.
Michelle.
Michelle, yeah, sorry, Michelle.
Yeah. Hi, Mukund.
Hi.
Let me just see if the camera works. Okay, yeah. So I'll just give you a brief about myself. I am basically Indian from Mumbai, but born and raised in the UAE, in Dubai. So I've lived all my life here, school,
Okay.
college, everything. I've been in the banking industry for the last 20 years, but recently I got into the project side, the PMO side of the banking in the last 1.5 to 2 years.
Okay. Okay.
So basically, I'm working as a business analyst, as a senior business analyst in the PMO department. But obviously, for growth and for to build your career, as in to become a project manager, it's really important that we have certifications because the banking industry requires certifications to get certain designations. So that's the reason I'm here, to see if I do well.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Michelle. Thanks a lot. Good to see you on the call. Yeah.
Thank you.
Amri, would you like to please introduce yourself? Amri.
Hi, Tim.
Hi.
Yeah, this is Amri. I'm also from Tanzania, as some of my colleagues were here from Tanzania. And I'm currently a business analyst, working from one company called SoftNet Technology here in Tanzania, one of the big company. And I've joined actually for this course for getting some experience more into PMP, project management, as I've been involved in project management so far, almost experience of 5 years. I've been involved in the immigration system as a supervisor, and also in Zanzibar, we have a system also we developed there. So I also, as a supervisor, I also currently working in the different projects as a PO, project owner, and gaining more experience. I've also joined different institutions as a way of trying to get more experience. I've joined the International Institute of Business Analyst. As a business analyst, I've taken the elemental course, and also I'm performing another PSPO, Professional Scrum Product Owner. This all I have taken this is a way of trying to be able to understand more into project management, and this is my focus. And I hope joining this will be time I can consume my time enough and get enough knowledge dealing with my projects which I'm working on with currently.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, surely. I'm sure that will happen. You'll get more knowledge to appear for the exam. Thank you. Thank you,
so
Amri.
much.
You're welcome. John, could you please introduce yourself, John? John, can you hear me? No.
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah, thank you, John.
Yes, good morning and afternoon, my colleague. My name is John Matiko, and I'm from Tanzania as well. I work with the UNICEF Tanzania country office as a digital health specialist, and I've been working as a senior system analyst for quite some time with USAID Tanzania. And I've been working with leading some of the development of a lot of systems in Tanzania, analyst and a project lead. So I just joined this training orientation that you can at least increase my skill and knowledge in managing projects, and I'm sure I'll be adding more skills and knowledge in this training. Over.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, John. Thank you, John. I think we left out Billy. Did you speak, Billy? You haven't.
Hello, I could not hear, but now I think I can hear everybody.
Yeah, sure. I can hear you too.
All right. My name is Billy. I'm a civil engineer, currently based in Zanzibar. I work with a real estate company. I am overseeing infrastructures for a real estate project, a Fumba project. I think it's a big project here in Zanzibar. So I'm joining this course to get more knowledge on project management. Also, I feel that there is a lot of potential within me that I have to unleash, but I need to have proper skills to integrate with the knowledge I have, the experience. So far, I have good experience of over 18 years, both in Tanzania and some other countries. So joining this course purposely to make sure that I unleash the potentials and I move forward to become a good project manager.
Sure, I like the way you put it. Unleash the potential that I have. Wow, very nice way of putting it. Very confident way of putting it, rather. Yeah, thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Billy. So I think we have covered everybody. I doubt if we have, I have missed. I don't think I have missed anyone. Let me be doubly sure. Yeah, I think that's all we had. So we talked about Billy, Charles, Jackson, John. Yeah, I think we everybody had a chance to introduce himself or herself. Yeah, good. So good to see you all once again. Yeah, a little about the how we'll conduct this course. We will meet every Saturday at the same time. That is 1 p.m. GMT. Yeah. 1 second. Let me. Yeah. Yeah. So I switched to whiteboard. This is what I will be doing off and on. Yeah. So we have this course every Saturday. Or I'm not sure about how it will work the next week, yeah, but at least today we are meeting on a Saturday. Yeah, we start at about 6:30 p.m. That is 6:30 p.m. IST, 1 p.m. GMT. Yeah. This call will take about 4 hours. Yeah, it's going to be a 4-hour call, slightly longish call. No doubt about that. And that's why we'll take a break. We'll take approximately 2 breaks as we proceed. So one break after 1.5 hours, yeah, and second break after about 3 hours on the call, and that's it. Yeah. So we'll have 2 breaks in between for about 10 minutes. Yeah. I hope you can make out what I'm saying. I hope my speed is okay. I'm not speaking very fast. I'm deliberately speaking a little slower because I have an accent and it may be difficult for you to follow me every time. So I'm trying to keep my speed a little lower than normal. Yeah. You can communicate to me on your microphone if there is something which cannot wait. You can communicate to me on chat if there is something that can wait, and I'll service the chat box once in a while. Yeah. I'll not be looking at it all the time. I'll be making a presentation and maybe allow you to maybe ask you a couple of questions in between, maybe ask you to give examples from your experience in between. So I'll try to seek your participation as much as possible. Yeah. In between 2 modules, we have about we have a small test between two modules. The test has about 6 questions, sometimes 5 questions, sometimes 7 questions. So approximately 6 questions per test. Yeah? So that will help you to consolidate and understand how much have you understood and how well you are doing on the course. Yeah? And of course, after the course is over, we have some more, we have some more tests that you can go through. But anyway, we will touch upon that once we come to the end of this course. Yeah? So that's about the logistics of this course, of this call. Yeah. If you have any question, do let me know. Yeah. There are already messages on chat. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Charles. I think I read out your message. Omari says, happy to hear from Jackson. Yeah. Bill says, well, of course, that I think this message is no more valid. Bill says, I can't hear any voice, but now I think, Bill, you can. Yeah, Billy, that is.
Yes, I can hear.
Yeah.
I can hear.
Yeah, thank you. And there is a message from Omari also, but that's also not relevant now. Yeah. Okay, so we are roughly about 6:37. We are roughly about 40 minutes into the call. Yeah, we'll continue. We started the call at 6:30. It's about 7:10 my time. So just give me a moment to switch to the presentation.
the right question on the chat.
Is there a yeah? Okay, you have been all that has already been answered. That's fine. Yeah. Thank you, Ashish. Just a moment, I'm still on the call. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. Now I'm sharing a slide with you. Just about to share that. Just a moment. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, I'm sharing a slide with you. Yeah, now the slide is visible to you. So this course is based on PMBOK 6 and PMBOK 7. Yeah. In case some of you who do not know about what PMBOK means, let me spend some time on that. Yeah. Control L, or we'll go back to the board. Perhaps that is easier. Yeah. So this course which we are doing here, that is based on PMBOK 6 and PMBOK 7. Yeah. In case you're wondering what is PMBOK, what is 6, what is 7. Yeah. So PMBOK expands to project management body of knowledge. Yeah. So PMBOK is published by PMI. Yeah. B stands for body and not book. That's why I highlighted that. So PMBOK project management body of knowledge. That is what it expands to. The complete official name is a guide to project management body of knowledge, 6th edition, edition 6, yeah? Or edition 7. That would as relevant. So PMBOK is published by an American company, an American not-for-profit company, and that company's name is PMI, yeah? Project Management Institute. It has been around since 1969. Yeah? So in the same year on which man landed on moon, PMBOK also came out in the same year, 1969. Yeah. And I think it has been. I'm partly joking. It was probably as impactful as man landing on moon. Yeah. So that is when PMI came into picture, came into being, and somewhere around 1996, PMI came out with this standard called PMBOK. It was called PMBOK then, and then it became PMBOK 2, PMBOK 3, PMBOK 4. So every 4 years, you have a new edition. Yeah, every 4 years there's a new edition. It is now we would call it 7th edition, PMBOK 7th edition. Yeah. There are changes from edition to edition, of course. That's why they would bring out a new edition. Yeah. In PMBOK 6 to PMBOK 7, there are some changes and probably a little more than usual. Yeah. So that's why we are continuing to use PMBOK 6 as well as 7, and that's what probably every PMP trainer is doing the same thing. We haven't ditched PMBOK 6 yet. We continue with PMBOK 6, and we also cover PMBOK 7 in between. So this course is based on both PMBOK 6 and PMBOK 7. Yeah. A little more about what about the course, about the exam, so on and so forth. Yeah. As given in the presentation. Just a moment. Yeah. Now you'll be seeing the presentation on your screen. Yeah. So this is a PMP exam prep course. PMP expands to, I'm sure you know, it expands to project management professional. Yeah. Last P stands for professional. So there's an exam. Yeah. Before you can call yourself PMP, before you can claim that you have a certificate in project management called PMP, you have to go through an exam, and it's a fairly rigorous exam from the content point of view as well as the conduct point of view. Yeah. So the content is little on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the most, 10 being the toughest, yeah, and 1 being the easiest. So this, we are somewhere around 6 or 7 if the exam is looked at, if you know, approximately my own intuition, and there's no basis to say that, but probably around 6 to 7 would be the difficulty level on a scale of 10. Yeah. So this course will help you to prepare for the exam. Yeah. And this is a live online training. Yeah. So I'm there, you know, I'm going to be on the course all the time. It is not a recorded training, but of course this is also getting recorded, as Tesfai rightfully asked. Yeah. That we are also recording this course, but please don't skip the sessions. Yeah. Just because there's a recording which happens. Yeah. It is always better to attend the session live and fall back upon recording to revise something, to relook at something, or maybe if you have missed the session for about a couple of hours, you can perhaps go back to the recording. But please don't skip the session just because there's a recording that is being done in the background. Yeah. We'll be doing this course for 4 hours every session. And so there are 8 consecutive sessions that we will do. Yeah. So 8 into 4, that becomes 32. So we get 32 hours of training on project management with this course, and that 32 is relevant, and how relevant it is we'll come to know a little later. Yeah. If you want to know more about PreparationInfo, you can log into PreparationInfo.org and get the information, or you can also go to PreparationInfo.com. Yeah. And here are the phone numbers for your reference. Yeah. So you can call on these numbers. You can join you can use WhatsApp. We can communicate on WhatsApp as well. WhatsApp as well as phone. Yeah. So that's about what this course is about. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. So this is the timetable, and this is the timetable. This is a schedule. So we start on day 1, like we are now on day 1. So we are doing PMP introduction right now. Then we would look into something very interesting and something very fundamental, something which is also new, by the way. It was not there earlier in PMBOK 6, it came in PMBOK 7 only. Yeah. So that is project management 12 principles. These principles are the basis for project management of any project, any size, any sector. It can be, you can be a business analyst, you can be you can be on a construction project, you can be in a bank, but irrespective of what kind of project you are handling, these 12 principles will hold good. Yeah. So it's something very interesting and something very recent. So we'll talk about these principles a little later from now. Then we have project management knowledge areas, the knowledge which you require to do a project well. Yeah. So these knowledge areas, we will cover each knowledge area. We'll go knowledge area by knowledge area. Yeah. So we start with stakeholder management, and then we go to scope management, then we go to schedule management. This is not in the same order in which it appears in PMBOK. Yeah. We have changed the order slightly for some valid reasons, and it doesn't harm. Yeah. There's nothing that you lose because of that. So we have project communication management, scope management, schedule management, resource management. Yeah. As we go along day by day. On some days we cover two knowledge areas because the content is less. Yeah. Project cost management on day 5. On day 6, quality and procurement management, and on day 7, risk and integration management. On day 8, we will look at agile concepts, because agile is getting more say in PMI's literature now. Yeah. So we'll talk about agile. We'll talk about agile principles. We'll talk about agile mindset rather, not plural, singular. We will also talk about one specific method used for agile, that is Scrum. Yeah. So we'll talk about that. It's going to be very interesting once again. We will talk a little about exam, not much really. Yeah. And application guidance, if required, we will provide that. So maybe at the end of the call, at the end of the sessions, all the 8 sessions, after that you will attempt to fill up the PMP application form. In case you have a problem there, you can always contact us. So we may not cover that on day 8. We may cover it on need basis or on request basis. Yeah. So that's the agenda. I hope you appreciate that it's fairly comprehensive. Yeah. Whatever you can think of in project management is there. Yeah. We have the core areas like scope, schedule, cost. We have quality, and then we have supporting areas like stakeholder management, communications management, yeah, resource management, so on and so forth. So it's a fairly comprehensive course, and can be a bit overwhelming also. So maybe I'll request you to whenever you go back, you can listen to the recording once again, or look at the relevant part of the presentation once again, and not feel as if it's a big load and that drags you behind. Yeah. So do revise this course once in a while. We have lots of time between two sessions, almost like one full week. Yeah. So do look at the record, do hear the recording, see the recording, and do relook at the presentation as we go along. Yeah. So that would be about the schedule. Ask me any question anytime you feel like on chat. Yeah. Yeah. A couple of some information about how popular PMP is. It continues to be popular. I said the first standard came out in 1996. Yeah. So 1996 till now, it continues to hold its sway. I'm not sure about how does it compare with Prince. I don't want to even get into that. Yeah. But the number of PMP holders, yeah, the number of people who hold PMP credential, they already have crossed the 1 million mark. Yeah. We already crossed 1 million mark, and they're spread over 214 locations. Yeah. And here are the top 10 countries which have gone in for PMP in a big way. Yeah. The numbers on the right show the number of PMP holders, valid PMP holders, and the country. Yeah. Where the number, no, the country-wise numbers rather. So rank 1 is of course US. That is where the standard came from, and it continues to be very popular over there. 37,000. Yeah. We have China very close to that. Yeah. 342. Then we have Canada, which is although the country is fairly small in terms of population, but they have good number of PMPs still. 67,000. Yeah. India, it is 47,000. I think India should have more numbers if you look at the population. Yeah, it should be just behind China, I guess. But maybe it is catching up. In China, there is a official support for PMP. The government encourages people to do PMP, provides them discounts and concessions and whatnot. There's a tie-up between PMI and Chinese government, so that's why the number is quite high in China. Japan, Saudi Arabia, Brazil. Yeah, the numbers are there for you to see. I don't have to read them all. Yeah. Yeah. So the message here is that PMP is definitely worth getting into. Yeah. It's quite popular, and the popularity continues to grow. Yeah, it definitely continues to maintain at about 12% every year. The increase in number of PMPs. Yeah. Yeah. So that's where we are. If you look at the density of PMP, if you normalize this number, there are some surprises there. PMP certified per 1 million of population. So there Singapore is at the top. Compared to its population, its number of PMPs is good. 2,164.3 per 1 million. Canada follows very closely, then Qatar, US 1,126 per million. UAE has got good number of PMP certified per 1 million. And yeah, then Hong Kong, surprisingly Trinidad and Tobago. I don't think they have a large population, but still the number is high here. Ireland, Saudi Arabia, Switzerland, and India doesn't come into this at all, which is sad. Any data for certified PMP in African countries? I'll have to look at it, Billy. I don't recall it offhand. Thank you for pointing it out. So maybe when we meet next time, I would have done the required research, and I'll take it up in the next session. Yeah. I'll make a note as well. Yeah. Thank you, Billy. I'll make a note. I have made a note rather. Yeah. One good news is that project managers tend to not exactly they may not be project managers like PMP, yeah, but those who are doing project management jobs, project management related responsibilities, yeah, they seem to have higher earning potential. So not only you learn something, but you also get paid better, and who doesn't want that? Yeah. If you look at this picture here, this globe, all the countries on the globe shown in this picture. So US, PMP gets you more higher salary, 25% higher than the non-PMPs if you are doing project management roles. Yeah. Brazil, again, the number is same, 25%. 32% in Poland. South Africa, it is whopping 58%. Yeah, more than 1.5 times. India, it is again, it is good. Yeah, about 36% more if you are a PMP. So it helps to gain in monetarily also. If you are that's good news. If you are a PMP. So this data is based on a survey done by PMI. PMI does this survey every year. And I think sometime in August or July, they publish the findings. So this is perhaps a little older, maybe 1 year before. Yeah. May not be 2022, maybe 2021 dated survey, but still it is relevant. Yeah, these numbers are not absolutely invalid now. They definitely are valid. Yeah. The median salary in the US, yeah, of project professionals with the PMP and those without the PMP. So those who are with the PMP, the average difference is 25%. Yeah. So if you are, these are US numbers, may not be exactly relevant to anybody on the call. Quickly, we can look at these numbers. Yeah. So in the US, without a PMP, you get about 92,000. And with PMP, you get about 115,000, which is a big number, big difference. And median salary is based on the number of years, yeah, of having a PMP. So as you get more experience, yeah, you get a higher salary, and that's what this picture tends to show. Median salary is based on excuse me. I'm sorry, I have slight throat irritation, so I take this elixir of life once in a while. Yeah. Okay, so here we are. So we are discussing about US median salaries based on the number of years of having a PMP. Yeah. So their salary grows well if you are a PMP, if you are PMP certified. Yeah. So this is where the report came from. Project management job growth and talent gap. They carry it out every year. Yeah, as I said. So this is an assessment done by some other folks other than PMI. So we saw the salary part, we saw the numbers part. Yeah. Now we are looking at what is the demand. What is the demand for project management? So by 2027, yeah, we will need 87.7 million individuals working in project management oriented roles. So they may not be exactly designated as project manager, but they may be project leads, they may be project directors, yeah, they may be on-site project managers or something. So by in about 6 or 7 years from now, about 5 years from now, the need is 87.7 million project oriented roles. Yeah, people are moving out after retirement. Those positions need to be filled in. Yeah, so that's why we require these numbers. If you look at some of the some economies which are growing, yeah. So again, I'm sorry, there is no number on Africa in this picture. Yeah. So we have US, Canada. I think this is Brazil, yeah, the UK, probably France, Saudi Arabia, so on and so forth. Yeah. So if you look at these countries, the talent gap could result into a potential loss of some USD 207.9 billion. Yeah? So that's what they will lose through the GDP will not grow, and this is a potential loss, yeah, opportunity cost with the 11 countries that have been analyzed. Yeah? So we need to have more PMs. Otherwise, we have a country-wide, economy-wise, wide you'll have a problem. And the good news again is that we require project management in almost all sectors. Yeah, and that is represented by the audience in this session as well. So we have folks who have worked in construction, those who are working in business analysis. We have folks who are working in a bank, working in charity organizations, UN organizations. So we have all kinds of sectors where project management is required. It's almost like an essential skill. Yeah? So if you look at manufacturing and construction, that is where we have the largest demand, 9.7 million. Yeah? This data is slightly outdated, but anyway, the numbers are representative. Yeah, at least the rank is representative. We have 5.5 million, demand of 5.5 million numbers in information, IS information services, yeah, ITES, yeah, software. 4.6 million in finance and insurance. Yeah. There's 4.6 million. Then we have 1.7 million in professional services, 279,000 in utilities, yeah, so on and so forth. So every sector is represented here. Oil and gas, the numbers are less, but the projects will be much bigger there, I guess. Yeah. In terms of the complexity and in terms of the budgets. So this is for the 11 countries that were analyzed, which we saw in the last graphic. Yeah. So we can go on and on. Yeah, these numbers, I hope presenting this with this numbers presented, you are now convinced that you are in the right training session. You are in the right training. So now let us, we are now looking at something very different. Numbers done, we know project management is great, fetches good money, there are more jobs, relevant everywhere, yeah, and has been growing and growing and growing for a long time. Now the question is, so what is project management? Yeah. So this question too would have been answered in a different way about 6 years back, maybe 8 years back. Now we have a very different outlook towards project management. So those of you who have worked for a long time, like 15 years, 20 years, yeah, you may recall that that when we talked about project management, yeah, when we talked about project management, most of the time we referred to scope, time, and cost. We refer to scope, time, and cost, but that is now passé. Yeah? That is now over. We are no longer only looking at project time, project scope, project time, project schedule, and project cost. This board is a little bit of a problem. I can't write on this board, so I switched to the other Microsoft board whenever I need to write there. Yeah. So don't mind the handwriting being very bad on this. Yeah. On slides whenever I try to write. Yeah. So anyway, coming back to the core question. Yeah. What all is involved in project management? Yeah. What all should the project manager know about to be a good project manager? So that question is now answered by what is called as PMI talent triangle. PMI talent triangle. This is the base now, and everything else in project management draws from the PMI talent triangle. So it's a triangle. It has got three sides, yeah, as one would expect. So one side is technical project management, which can be a bit misleading. We are not talking about, say, technical stuff like IT or technical things like construction. We are talking about project management as understood traditionally. As we understood project management, yeah, what was so there we talked about scope, time, and cost a lot. Yeah. So this would be scope management. This would be schedule management, making a PERT chart. Yeah, this would be creating a report. This would be about creating an earned value managed by looking at the earned value. So all the technical aspects of project management is what one side of the triangle shows. But now we realize that only one only technical project management is not sufficient. Yeah? That is a very narrow view. So what else should a project manager do? That is, we still have two sides left. So maybe side two is leadership. So apart from making a schedule, and apart from running the schedule, and going around and ensuring that everybody does the right job on the right day, yeah, we also need to be leaders. So leadership would entail many different things. For example, having a vision for the project. Yeah. So if you just tell people to do a task, do an activity, they may not be interested. But if you show them the vision that this is where the project is going, yeah, it is helping man land on the moon. Yeah, it is helping the cure for COVID. Yeah, it is helping cure for the entire population from polio. So that would motivate the project team members. Yeah, that is something great that we are doing. So that is one part of leadership. Yeah, showing vision, showing a long-term vision about the project and everything else around that. Yeah, motivating people. Yeah, um, resolving conflicts between your team members or between yourself and somebody else. Yeah. Empathizing with your stakeholders. So all of that would be part of leadership. So project management does not stop only at technical project management. You also require leadership skills. Yeah. And you require these two in almost equal measure. Yeah. The third and the final side of the triangle is strategic and business management. So what we are saying now is that as a project manager, I should also know where does my project fit into the larger scheme of things. I'm why is the organization taking up this project? Yeah? Why is the what does the market want? Who are our competitors? Or we don't have any competitors at all. We are a monopoly. So what does the business want in the next 5 years, next 10 years? Is my project helping towards that? So that would be strategic and business management. So a project manager has to know about strategic and business management as well. Yeah? But may not be, you are not expecting the project manager to be a strategy manager as well. Yeah? That is somebody else's job. But you should be aware. You should be aware of the context of the project. How do the business goals and the project goals match with each other? How do they align with each other? Yeah? So that would be strategic and business management. So these are the three sides of the triangle. This is very important. Yeah. This is the basis for everything else, as I said. So please do remember this triangle and what does each side show. Yeah. So Billy, I see a message from you saying plus quality. I didn't get the meaning behind your comment. Could you please clarify, Billy? What do you mean by plus quality? Did I miss on quality somewhere? Oh, thank you, Billy. Okay. Yeah, thank you. We'll proceed. Yeah, here we are. So finally, if you have these three sides well balanced, yeah, you know about that, and you appear for the exam, you should pass without any issues. Yeah, if you are aware of all the three sides. However, if you are, if you are only concentrating on one side of the triangle, that will be difficult. That will be difficult to pass the exam. You need to have all the three. And in what percentage? We'll soon look at that. Yeah. So I hope to see your name here instead of Daniel Nizelva. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce this very correctly. I guess I don't think my pronunciation is right. Yeah. So anyway, so Daniel, instead of Daniel, you will find your name here. You should find your name here. I'm sure that will happen. So coming to some nitty gritty, yeah, some real stuff, yeah, beyond all this talent triangle and all that. So something concerned with the exam directly relevant to the exam. So how do you make yourself uh, eligible for the exam? Yeah. So to be eligible for the exam, there are broadly two criteria, or rather three criteria. Yeah. One is what is your educational background. Two, how much experience you have in project management. And three, uh, how many hours of training you have done on project management. So let us deal with the easier one first, which is the third column. Yeah. So you should, irrespective of your educational background and experience, yeah, less or more, you would require 35 contact hours, 35 hours of training, formal education. Yeah. So you should go through a course for 35 hours, out of which 32 are getting covered here, and the remaining 3 you will cover through doing mock tests and basically attempting mock tests. So you will have to be present in this in all these all these 8 sessions. Yeah. 8 into 4, that will give you 32, plus some exam questions, that will give you 35. Yeah. You'll have some practice questions which will cover the rest of the 3 hours. So this is valid for everybody, whether you have done a secondary degree, 4-year degree, or whatever. You require 35 hours. However, there is one exception. If you have done CAPM, now you may ask, what is CAPM? So CAPM expands to certified associate in project management, or maybe off project management. I'm not sure whether it is off or in, but it's basically certified associate. A stands for associate of project management. So basically, are you a project team member? Yeah. So this course makes you an eligible project team member. It is, you can take this course without so many rigorous criteria. So even if you have less experience, you can take the CAPM course. The content is the same as as PMP, but the questions, the exam is of a lesser duration. Questions are perhaps easier. So if you have done CAPM already, then you don't require 35 contact hours. Yeah, you are these hours are waived off if you already are a CAPM. Yeah, so that is the education part. Then we have so now let us go to column 1. Yeah, educational background. So if you have a secondary degree like high school diploma or associate degree or a global equivalent, then you require minimum 5 years or 60 months of unique non-overlapping professional project management. So you should have worked on projects, yeah, and you know, you cannot count overlapping experience. Yeah, it has to be non-overlapping experience of 60 months or 5 years. If you have done a bigger, longer course, a 4-year degree course, bachelor's degree or equivalent, then your project management experience that you require is less. Yeah, you require 3 years or 36 months. Yeah. And all of you, I think, have this experience, I'm sure. Having heard your introductions, I'm sure all of you have it. You don't really have to be worried about this. Yeah. If you are from a GAC, yeah, Global Accreditation Certificate, I think. Yeah. So there are institutes in the world which are certified to be GACs by PMI. So if you have studied in such, if you have done this course in one such institute, yeah, if you have studied in one such institute which is a GAC, then your experience requirement is still lesser. You require only 2 years experience or 24-month experience in project management. So probably all of you will fall into this category. That is row number 2, and you have nothing to worry. I'm sure all of you have experience of more than 3 years in project management, in whatever capacity, as a team member, as a project manager, or whatever. Yeah, and we are anyway getting 35 hours through this course. So there's nothing to worry, and nothing of a great concern here. Yeah? So all of us are eligible. No doubt about that. No second thoughts on that. Yeah. So how much do you pay for the exam? Yeah. So here is a quick information on that. So if you would be doing online testing. You won't be doing center-based testing. Yeah? You'll be doing online testing. So there, if you're a PMI member, so there is one more aspect which we need to distinguish between. Yeah? So there are there are PMP members. I'm sorry, not PMP, PMI members. So let me go to the board, the whiteboard that is. I find it difficult to write on this. Just a moment. Yeah. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. So we were talking about PMI membership and all that. So it is a bit confusing. So I thought maybe I should use the board to describe what I want to. Just a moment. Yeah. So PMI. There's a PMI is Project Management Institute. Yeah. And you can become a member of PMI. You don't require any qualification at all. You can just go to their site, take membership. But of course, this is not free. Yeah. So this would cost you $120, USD 120 to take the membership. And this membership is valid for 1 year. 1 year validity. Yeah. After the validity is exhausted, you have to renew. You have to pay again. And in some countries, not all, I think, there's also concession if you are renewing the membership. Yeah? If you are renewing the membership, you get 50% discount. So you may end up paying only $60. Yeah? So this is for some specific countries. I'm not sure which all countries are covered here. Yeah? I wish I knew that too. Maybe next time I'll talk about that. Yeah? In the next session, that is. So if you take, why take a PMI membership at all? That is a question that would be on the top of your mind right now. So we need to, if we take the PMI membership, which doesn't require any qualification, I repeat, yeah, there are a couple of things that you get. Yeah. So you get you get all the PMI documents, yeah, including PMBOK 6. I'm not sure. I think 6 and 7 both. Definitely, I'm sorry, definitely 7. Yeah. So you can get a soft copy of PMBOK 7. You can get copy of all the current PMI documents, yeah, which are valid. You also get a discount for the exam. Yeah. So when you apply for the exam within this 1 year, as long as you're a member of PMI, you get good discount on the exam. And how much that will come back, we'll come back to that in the slide. Yeah. So it makes sense to become a member of PMI. You can also get some mock tests there. Yeah. You can get practice tests there. You can get to read some articles if you're interested in that. They have got 2 magazines. They have got access to another PM network or something. That's what they call it, where you'll get more. You may get interesting articles on project management to read. So it is worthwhile to take up the PMI membership. Yeah. If you do not take the membership, it's okay. You can still appear for the exam. Yeah. But then you'll be paying higher fees, and you will have to buy PMBOK hard copy. You can't get soft copy. Of course, there are people do get copies in courts illegally, but I'm not getting into that right now. Yeah. I don't want to publicize that at all. Yeah. So let me go back to the slide so that this information that we are discussing that gets rounded off and completed. Yeah, here we were. Yeah. So if you are a member of PMI, yeah, you pay dollar 405 and the equivalent in euros and Brazilian currency and Indian currency. Yeah. The conversion rates apply, whatever are the current conversion rates. If you are a non-member, you end up paying more, yeah, about 100 and 150 more for the exam. Yeah. So maybe if you can, and of course, membership has its own fee. Yeah. If you are doing so this exam, yeah, this exam thing holds good for 1 full year. So let us say I apply today for the exam. Within about a week, I'll get a confirmation that you are eligible for the exam. All the criteria that are required are met, and now you can apply. You can pay the fees. After you pay the fees, your one year window opens. Your 1 year clock starts. Yeah. So within that 1 year, you should get PMP, and you can appear for the exam totally 3 times. Yeah. One, the normal exam, the first attempt, and there will be 2 additional attempts that you can take. Yeah. So when you take additional attempt also, I'm sure none of you will need to do that, but just for academic information, yeah, just for FYI. Yeah. So if you are a member, you get discount in the re-exam also. Yeah, you pay $275 only. If you're a non-member, you pay $375, $100 difference. Yeah. And when you renew your certification, and I'll come to that using the board again. Yeah. But there's something called as renewal of certificate. So when you renew the certificate, you have to again pay fees to PMI. So if you're a member, you end up paying less. You end up saving. Yeah. And if you're a non-member, you end up paying more, like $150 here. Yeah. So these are the exam fees. Yeah, how much you need to spend for the exam, and what are the discounts for the PMI members. The last point, which is here about renewal, I'll again need the board to explain that. Okay. So I get my PMP certification. Yeah. Is it valid for all my life? The answer is no. Yeah. The certification, if I get once, it is not valid all my life. I have to renew every 3 years. I repeat, I have to renew every 3 years. So let us say I got the certificate today in this October of 2022. So around October of 2025, I will have to renew my certificate. Yeah. To renew the certificate, I need to pay the fees, of course, which we saw as $60 or $120, based on your membership or you are a member or not of PMI. Yeah. But beyond that, a more difficult thing for renewal, a more difficult condition for renewal is that you need to accumulate, you need to earn 60 PDUs. And now you might be wondering one more acronym. What does it stand for? Yeah. So PDUs stands for Professional Development Units. Yeah. Professional Development Units. Yeah, I'll bring it center stage. Just a moment. Yeah. There's one good thing about this Microsoft board. You can go in any direction, up and down. Yeah. Infinite, like for infinite length. Yeah. Anyway, so PDUs is what you need to earn in 3 years. So by year 2025 October, I should have earned 60 PDUs. Now, how do I earn 60 PDUs? So there are various things that you can do. Yeah? For example, you can give a training. Yeah, you can give a training. You can write a book, write an article, yeah? Or write a book. You can volunteer for PMI activities. Yeah? So PMI has conferences. You can volunteer to play some role there as a reviewer, as a presenter, or whatever. You can volunteer. You can study. Yeah? You can study formally, or you can read a book. Yeah. You can read some art interesting PM interesting and then an article which is basically about project manager. Yeah. So you have to do one of these or two of these activities. Each activity has got a minimum requirement. Yeah. And each activity has got a maximum requirement also. Yeah. So you cannot claim all the PDUs. Like for example, I give many trainings, but I cannot claim all my 60 PDUs only against giving a training. There's a maximum cap there. Yeah. So by giving a training, you can earn only 25 PDUs, not more than that. If you do more than that, it is of no use as far as PDUs are concerned. Yeah. Or if you are if you are doing a formal course, I think that there's a limit of 15, at the most 15 PDUs by doing a formal course, and so on and so forth. So there's a minimum everywhere, and there's a maximum for all the competencies. Yeah, leadership, for example, there's a minimum and there's a maximum there. So yeah. So that's what. So you need to renew PMP once in every 3 years, and I have explained to you what does the renewal mean. Yeah? So we are about to come to a conclusion or closure of this presentation. Let me just quickly check how much is left. If there is a lot of it left, we'll take a break now. We have been on this call for 1.5 hours. Yeah? Just a moment. Yeah, my camera is coming in the way of my display. I'll change that up in the break. That's why I have to like bend here and there to see my screen. Just a moment, please. Yeah. Oh, there's still a lot to go here. Yeah. So we'll just close on this. We anyway talked about it. Benefits of PMI membership. Yeah. Members receive many valuable benefits as given here. Access to PM knowledge and information, opportunities for career development. You can join voluntary groups of PMI. Yeah. You can even travel if your group requires that. You don't get paid anything. It's all voluntary, but there are some side benefits, like maybe it may involve travel, or you network with people who can give you career breaks. Yeah. Opportunities to network, as I said, with PMI members globally, all across. Yeah. Leadership development opportunities. There are courses offered by PMI. A chance to advocate for and impact the advancement of the profession. Yeah. So people will respect you for your PMP qualification. You can advocate project management in your organization or elsewhere. Yeah. So these are some benefits of taking PMI membership. Yeah. We will take a pause now, and once we are done with the pause, we will look at how is the exam structured. Yeah, a very important question in everybody's mind. Yeah, I'm sure everybody's thinking of this. How does the exam look like? Yeah, what all do we do in the exam? So we'll come back to that, yeah, a little later. Right now, we'll take a 10-minute break. Yeah, we'll take a 10-minute break. It's about 8:03 in my watch, 8:03. Yeah, please look at your local time and come back. Please do come back after 10 minutes. Thank you. Yeah, hi there. I'm back on the call.
Hi, Mukundi, we are here.
Thank you. Yeah. So I just to I hope everyone is back. Yeah, it is little over 10 minutes, maybe 11 minutes now. Yeah. So welcome back. We are on session 1 of this course. We are still looking at PMP introduction. Yeah, this will take some more time. So till now, what we have understood, we have understood about the what is PMI, what is PMBOK, what is PMP. Yeah. We have looked at the talent triangle to understand what does a project manager do. Yeah. What does the project manager do? That is what a talent triangle tells us. And before that, we understood that project management professional is an important certification to have. There are definitely benefits, yeah, both experience wise as well as monetary benefits. Yeah. And we looked at the exam eligibility also. Yeah. That is where we stand now. Now the next question that we are going to answer is that, okay, PMP exam is the thing, yeah, that we would be interested in. Yeah. So how do we how does the exam, how is the exam structure? So exam, the basic structure is very simple, and you are seeing it right now on your screen. Yeah? You would be seeing it right now on your screen. So they said that there are the project management. You saw the 3 sides of the triangle. Right? The same thing carries over into the exam. The same structure carries over. So one side of the triangle is is leadership, which roughly corresponds to people. Yeah? Another side of the triangle is the technical project management, which corresponds to the, one second, let me turn on the spotlight. Yeah. So yeah, so coming back to people corresponds to the leadership aspects. Yeah. Process corresponds to the technical project management side of the triangle, and the third side, which is business environment, that maps to business environment. Now the questions are kind of they maintain a ratio. They maintain a ratio that it's not that all the questions will be from the people aspect, or all the questions will be on the process aspect. By and large, they maintain certain proportion between these 3 sides of the triangle. So 50% of the questions are about technical aspects of leading a project. Say, for example, can you make a PERT chart? Can you can you, one second, I have not lowered my microphone. I'm sorry. Now you'll hear me better. Yeah. So anyway, my video is turned on. So if you see that my mic is still not out, please do tell me. Yeah, like the ATC will tell a plane, no, that your wheels are not out yet. Similarly, or your wheels are already out or something. Yeah. So if my microphone is not taken, no, it is hidden, and I've not taken it out, please let me know. You would be seeing me, and you would know that immediately. Yeah. So anyway, thanks a lot in anticipation. So coming back to the 3 sides of the triangle. Yeah. So 50% of the questions are based on technical aspects. Yeah, a big number. 42 are based on people competencies, and very small number, the remaining, to make it 100%, that is 8%. 8% questions are about strategy and business environment, compliance. Yeah. Yeah. So that's what the business environment will entail. Yeah. Understanding the strategy, understanding the organization's business direction, and ensuring that we are complying with the regulations of the place. So this is what we test in project management certification exam. This is what PMI tests rather. in the project management certification exam. These are called as domains. Yeah, there are 3 domains. Now, corresponding to these domains, now we need to break it down further, am I right? We can't stop at this. Yeah? We can't just stop at this. So domain 1, so each domain has got tasks. Yeah? People domain, business domain, process domain, each has got fixed number of tasks. Yeah? So every project manager, irrespective of what kind of project it is, will be doing these tasks. Yeah? So for example, managing conflict, leading a team, supporting team performance, building a team. These are all tasks that the project manager will do. Yeah? In people in the people domain. In the domain 2, it is process domain. Yeah, you'll be looking at planning and managing budget resources, assessing and managing risks. Yeah, the classical project management stuff that people talk about. Planning and managing schedules, planning and managing scope, managing project changes. So again, there are 17 tasks in process domain. We have seen only 5 of them as sample. Yeah? Similarly, there are 14 here, but we have seen only 4 as sample. So this people is about as who of the project management. Yeah? So every project requires multiple people. They require teams, and once teams come in, you have its own problems and own advantages, of course. Yeah? So all of that, the gamut of all that would be the people aspect. Then we have a process aspect, as I said sometime back. Yeah, we read out the tasks also. Yeah? And the last one will be business environment. So planning and manage compliance, evaluating and delivering project benefits and value. So are we converting the project outcomes into value or benefits, or no, the project is whatever the project created, nobody cares. That would be a very sad thing to happen. So are we delivering the benefit? Are we delivering the value? Evaluating the external business environment, because we operate not in an island, we operate in an ocean in which we are in the middle, perhaps. Yeah. So basically, we are not an island. So that's why we need to know the external business environment and supporting the change in the organization. Yeah. Helping the change, because project will bring in a change, yeah, and people may not accept it immediately. So these 3 domains are covered in the questions in the exam. Yeah. Questions are largely situational. Yeah, they'll paint a small scenario that this is the project, is what the customer says, this is what your sponsor says, blah blah blah. Now what will you do? Yeah, and there are 4 options. In some questions, all the you choose 1 out of 4. In some questions, you may be asked to choose 2 out of 4 or 3 out of 4. So there are 4 options. The question will indicate by default one option will be correct, 3 will be wrong. But in some specific questions, 2 options could be right or 3 options could be right. Yeah? So that will be indicated in the question, that this question has got 2 right options or 3 right options, yeah, as the case may be. There can be also slightly unusual questions, like match match a couple of there will be 2 sides, A and B, and there'll be information on each side, and you'll be able to ask to match, yeah? Match the right pairs. Or there could be a question on a picture. So they may show you a PERT chart and ask you, okay, what is the slack for a particular task? Yeah? Or they may show you an EVM, or they may show you a power interest grid and ask about a particular stakeholder. So there could be picture-based questions as well, and they can be fill in the blanks as well. So there are different types of questions. It's going to be very exciting. Yeah. For a long time, there was only one kind of question, MCQs, but now that has changed for good, I think. It makes it more interesting. This discussion will not be complete unless we map the 6th and the 7th edition, because we are covering both. Yeah? So in both the cases, in 6th as well as 7th, yeah, there is a guide which is much wider, yeah, and there's a guide here as well. Yeah, there's a guide here as well in the 7th edition. The position is swapped. I don't know why. Yeah. So it is on the top here in the 6th edition. It is on the bottom here in the 7th edition. Yeah. Both the sides have standard. Yeah. Standard for project management, standard for project management. Yeah. And there are of course some differences in between the two. So main difference, yeah, the main core difference is that, or let us look at what has stayed the same. Yeah. In standard, there are some things which have remained the same. Yeah. For example, the definition of project has remained the same. The process framework has remained the same. Yeah. The the different types of development cycles have remained the same. So some things have remained the same. The standard in PMBOK 7 talks about stewardship, team, stakeholders, value, systems thinking, leadership. So we'll cover all of these. We will cover all of these as a part of the project management principles. Yeah? We'll cover all of these. There are project performance domains, yeah, like stakeholders, team, development. So these describe each of them, and the same holds good here also, but that is shown as knowledge areas. So knowledge areas has got substituted by performance domains, and some knowledge areas have got merged into uh, a single performance domain. Say, for example, you have communications and stakeholders here in the 6th edition. That is now combined as one single entity called stakeholders. We had resources here, and now that is called as team here. We had quality, scope, schedule, cost. All of that would be planned. So the planning is shown here. So this one single planning covers all of this planning. Yeah? Planning for scope, planning for schedule, cost, quality, all of the plan. Yeah? We have delivery which happens through through some of the processes here. That is again covered here as delivery. So there is a good mapping between the two. So we will talk more about the knowledge areas because that is easier to understand. The new format is little difficult to understand. So we are going to follow the 6th edition and 7th edition both, as I said. Yeah. But the knowledge areas will come from the 6th edition. Yeah. There's also some consolidation that has happened. Say, for example, tailoring is now separate. Earlier, tailoring was in the introduction and the project environment part. Yeah. The models, methods, and artifacts have come in one single place now. Yeah. Earlier, they were distributed all across. So information-wise, there's no change. Organization distribution has changed as far as the methods, models, and artifacts are concerned. Yeah. And now there is a new thing which is called as PMI Standards Plus. Yeah. PMI now says that by the time we publish the next version, yeah, lots of changes would have happened in the 4 years time frame. So to keep up with the dynamic changes, there is also an online PMI standard which you can refer to, which is over and above the 6th and the 7th edition. Yeah. So this is real time happening online on PMI's website. If you're a member, you can access this. Yeah. So in addition to PMBOK 6 and 7, you may need to also look at PMI standards once in a while to keep abreast of what's happening in project management. Yeah. This is more like stories, and this is more like which is very light. Yeah. The PMI standard. It is not as should I say as theoretical, as abstract as what you see here. Yeah. So this is what the content of the course will be. Yeah, the content of the course will be based on both PMBOK 6 and PMBOK 7. And before this, we saw what is the exam based on. Yeah. So what does the exam look at? What does the exam look like? Yeah. Any questions here? I'm a little surprised there has been no questions yet from anybody. Yeah? And any question on to where we are right now, what we have discussed till now. You can use the chat. You can use your microphone. Yeah, we are halfway through today's session. Okay, looks like there is no question. Can you hear me? Is the call still okay? Going on okay? Hello?
On my side, I can hear
Yeah,
you.
okay. I think it's working. So can somebody please acknowledge that this is working? Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Omari, for acknowledging. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Charles, for also letting me know. This file has a question. What is the passing mark for each domain? Very valid question, right question, but there is no good answer to that question. That's why. Yeah, there is no passing percentage which is fixed. Yeah? The passing percentage will vary every time somebody appears for the exam. So that depends upon the questions being asked, the difficulty level of those questions. Yeah? Of course the number is the same, but it is based on the questions that are being the difficulty level of questions that is being asked. If you are asked very difficult questions, they will lower your passing percentage. If you are asked easy questions, your passing percentage will go up. Yeah. So it's not, there's no fixed number. Yeah. That's why there is no fixed number. Okay. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Omari, for letting me know. Thank you, Billy. Thank you, Danish. Yeah, but when I said Danish, I mean Michelle. Yeah. Thank you, Peter. Yeah, thank you, Tesfai, once again. Okay. Okay, so good. So we are continuing on the same track. We are still discussing about the course, about the exam, yeah, and stuff like that. Yeah. Thank you, Monica, for letting me know. Yeah. So there are these performance domains. Yeah. So we'll just go through what are these 8 performance domains. Yeah? What do they show? So this is about project performance. So what are the things that you perform in a project? So you have to take care of stakeholders, the stakeholder domain. It is all about who the stakeholders are, how do you identify them, yeah, how do you classify them, how do you work with them, yeah, the hard skills required, the soft skills required. Yeah. How do you basically keep the stakeholders engaged? That is what you will see in the stakeholder domain. Yeah. So now we are describing what is in each domain. Yeah. So we are getting into the details of project management. Yeah. So one thing is stakeholders. The other is the team. Yeah. Every project will have a team normally. It is difficult to imagine that there is no team at all and the project is one single person project. There are such projects, but then we probably don't use this framework on such single man projects. Yeah. So we have a team, and the team again has its own there are problems, there are issues, and of course there's also a brighter side that the team, if everybody contributes, the team does much more than what an individual can do. Yeah. So we have team management as a part of project management. That is second domain. A third domain is the development approach and life cycle. Since you have experience, all of you have experience on project management, you would appreciate that we don't do project in one single run. We break the project into multiple phases and we handle it one phase at a time, in some projects at least. So we have an underlying theory about development approach and life cycle. So there are various development approaches which we'll come to a little later. And then there are life cycle. There is also a life cycle that a project will have. Yeah. So how do you choose the life cycle? How do you choose development approach? How these two go together? Yeah. So we will look at that. So that is the development approach and life cycle domain. Third domain. Yeah. Fourth domain, the planning part. Yeah. You need to plan for many different things in a project. You need to plan for scope. You need to plan for schedule. You need to plan for cost. You need to plan for quality. Yeah. So all of that planning is consolidated in this domain. So in a project, you need to do lots of planning, different aspects of planning, which will will come to each of them separately as we go along in this course. Then there is work performance domain. So as your project is on, as you produce project deliverables, simultaneously lots of other work will be happening. Like some stakeholder would be calling you. Yeah. Some team member may have an issue with some other team member. There can be conflict. Yeah. Maybe the team is in low spirits because it has been a tough time since the past 1 week or maybe 2 weeks. So you can't say, look, I'm delivering now. I'm very busy delivering the project outcomes. I'll tackle with these issues later. I'll tackle with the team conflict later. I'll tackle with the stakeholders call later. I will tackle with this with the depression that some team member is going through later. No, you can't do that. You have to deal with all this in real time. Yeah? So that is what this domain is about. In real time, as the project goes on, as we do the work in the project, what else we need to also do along with that. Yeah? So that is the project work performance domain. Then there is a delivery performance domain. Yeah? So what do we deliver to the customer? How do we deliver? Yeah? In what form? In what shape? What size? What packaging we deliver to the customer? How do we ensure that the delivery is working fine and the customer is okay with that? Yeah? So that would be the delivery performance domain. So you can deliver in a staggered manner. You can deliver all in one go model. Yeah? So there are various ways by which you can deliver, and you choose the right way of delivering. Then there is measurement performance domain. So what you can't measure, you can't control. That's what I think Peter Drucker said. Perhaps I'm not sure who said that. But to control something, we need measurements, and that is what this domain is about. Yeah? So what all do we measure in a project? And what do we measure? Why to measure something? Why not to measure something else? Yeah? How do we analyze the data that we gather? What are the different techniques for depicting the data, analyzing the data, understanding, inferring from the data? So all of that will be in the measurement performance domain. Yeah? So we do lots of measurement to stay in control of the project. Yeah? Then there is uncertainty performance domain. So you have done all this. Yeah, you have done great planning. You have metrics. Yeah? You meet with your team every day, and you are abreast of what's happening. But still, there can be surprises. Yeah? There will be uncertainty in the project. You can't say that for sure my plan will work, and this is the direction that we'll take. So there can be many changes. There can be less changes, but there will be there will be some things which will not work as per your design. So uncertainty. So we need to tackle with the uncertainty. We need to know what the risks are. We need to plan in advance for some risks. Yeah? We need to keep aside certain buffer. So that would be uncertainty performance domain. Yeah? So that's pretty much what we have in the 8 domains. And this might have given you a good idea about what does a project manager look at. Yeah? So when I manage the project, what all am I managing? I'm managing stakeholders, I'm managing team, I'm ensuring that planning happens, I'm ensuring that we measure things on the project. So this is what the a very a high level view of what do we do in a project. In the given picture, is there anything that you feel is unknown to you, or is there anything that is missed out here? Yeah? Anything that surprises you here? So fundamentally, what's your comment on this picture? Yeah, it has got all the information in this one place. So what's your comment on this picture? I'm waiting to hear. No comment at all from anybody? I'm sure you will have some comment. Okay, satisfies says uncertainties are overlooked all the time. Yeah, yeah, there you go. Yeah, we assume that we are fully in control and we have done so much planning that nothing uncertain would occur. But that doesn't happen in real life. Yeah, thank you, Tesfa, for responding. Okay, so yeah, there seems to be no other comment or no other question um, on what you see on your screen right now. Okay, fine, no problem. Yeah. Yeah, Danish, that is Michelle says that managing different stakeholders are a real challenge. Yeah, yeah, they are challenging. Yeah, they can have conflicting requirements, especially. Then it is more challenging. Yeah, we'll come to all of that as we go along. Yeah, thank you for your response. Okay, so here is a different view. Yeah, what we are looking at till now was PMBOK 7 view. Yeah? And now we are looking at PMBOK 6 view. And you will realize that there are not really many differences. Say, for example, here we say that we are going to use processes. Yeah? We are going to use processes for managing a project, and these are the processes here. Yeah? In the in each cell, we have got different processes. Say, for example, one process is collect requirements. Yeah? So collect requirements will tell you how do you collect requirements, or what are the different techniques. Yeah? For example, you do interview, you do a survey, yeah? You make a prototype and show it to the customer. So that would be how do we collect requirements. Then how do you create WBS? So WBS is work breakdown structure. You do a decomposition. Yeah? Break it down to multiple levels that makes it easier to understand, so on and so forth. So these are all called as processes here. The process and the domains have roughly the same content, if you ask me. Yeah, the domains earlier, performance domains earlier, and the processes here. It's only a question of how you organize them. Yeah? So there are planning processes, there are executing processes, there are monitoring and controlling processes. Yeah? There are closing processes. And all the processes are also organized around domains or around knowledge areas, scope domain or knowledge area scope, schedule knowledge area, cost knowledge area, quality knowledge area. So in each of these, when you want to manage the project scope, what techniques are available, what knowledge you need to have to run those techniques. Yeah? When you do schedule management, for example, the technique would be CPM, critical path method. Technique would be leveling. Yeah? A technique could be could be avoiding overlap of activities in the Gantt chart. So these are all different techniques that you require to know to do project schedule management. Or if you look at communications management, yeah, there will be verbal communication, there will be non-verbal communication. Yeah? Each has got its own pros and cons. Yeah? There will be mail communication and there will be again oral communication. Each of them has got a plus and minus. Yeah, so that will be project communications management. Again, different techniques for communication, different theories of communication. Yeah? So that will be explained through plan, that will be manage and monitor communications. So this is another view of the same content. as shown in PIM box 6. And we are going to use this particular view because that makes our life easier. And then we'll come back to the earlier picture once again towards the end of the course. Yeah. I'm going to skip this. And I'm going to skip this as well because we discussed about questions already. Yeah. So now we come to a core question. We were hovering around a very high level view till now. We were hovering around the processes till now. Now comes the fundamental and the basic question as to, oh, this is all fine, great, thank you. But please tell me what is a project? How come you skipped that till now? Why have we not defined a project? Anyway, so better late than never. So here is the definition of a project. And you can map it to your own projects very easily. So, this is the official definition from PMI. A project is a temporary endeavor. Mark each word carefully. It's temporary endeavor. So project does not go till infinity. Yeah, project gets over sometime, and you know when it will be over. It is under your control. You know the end date as of now. You can say, yeah, it is plus minus 20%, but you know still the end date. Whenever the project is on, the end date is always there. The end date, the finish date is always there. Yeah. So you have that makes it temporary. You start on some particular date, you finish on some particular date. Yeah. And why do we do all this? Why do we stress ourselves? Because project can be very stressful compared to a normal operation. Yeah, it can be very stressful. So we take up that to produce a unique product or result or service. So we try to create something which did not exist before. Yeah. We want to create a new service. We want to create a new product. We want to create a new cell phone. We want to add a feature to the cell phone. Yeah. We want to make a new. We are getting into a new construction project. Yeah. We need to make a. Yeah, it is unique in its own way. Yeah. The ground may not be the same. The soil quality may not be the same. The water levels could be different. Yeah. Depends on this whatever tests you do on that, the feasibility checks you do on that. Yeah. So we every time we do a project, there would be something unique about a project, something which has not been done before, either in terms of the work that you do or in terms of what you produce at the end of the project. But there is an element of uniqueness there. So there's a definitive beginning and a definitive end, and it is unique. New undertaking, unfamiliar ground. So that gives rise to all the uncertainties, because you are on an unfamiliar ground. Maybe it is 50% familiar, maybe it is 50% unfamiliar, maybe it is 5% unfamiliar. But whatever it be, there is a there is some unfamiliarity, there is some uncertainty, because the outcome of the project is unique. So can you relate this to your projects, this definition of what is a project? I want at least one person to answer, whosoever it would be. So how do you can you validate this definition against what you do on your project? Or maybe you can't validate it. You can say that too. Yeah, I want you to tell me that your projects do validate this. Yeah. Okay, Billy says it can be validated. So can somebody give me an example of this validation? Can you tell me, yeah, my project is temporary, this is the start, this is the finish, and it is unique because it is producing XXX, whatever it is. Let me restate my expectation. what I want one of you to tell me is that yeah, in my project we have a definite beginning, and that the beginning is this date, and this is the end. This you can state the date as well, and this is the way my project is creating something which was not there before. Okay. So thank you, Tesfai, thank you, Billy, thank you, Vinod, for your answers. Yeah, but you have answered it as yes, just yes. I thought there will be some example. Okay, yeah, thank you, Vinod. Yeah, now the Tesfai says it started in 2019, ending in 2024. A very long project, I would say, Tesfai. Yeah, yeah, definitely, Danish. Thank you. Sorry, Michelle. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, fine. Thank you very much, everybody. So here are some very simple and quick examples. So let us say this is let us say this is A and this is B, yeah, and this is C. That is C is here, and this is D. Yeah. So now let us go back to the same question. So do you feel A is a project? Please justify. And if you don't feel A is a project, again justify. So we will leave out the last one, that is D. Yeah, we'll not look at D. We'll just look at A, B, and C. So can you please take up one of the three, anyone, and tell me whether it's whether that picture shows you a project or it doesn't, and if so, why? Can you also justify your answer? I'm waiting to hear. Yeah, Vinod says picture A shows it as a project. Okay, and how? Okay, yeah, so please explain, Vinod or Tesfai or anyone. Why would you say that A is a project? Why would you say that B is a project? And why would you say that C is not a project? You have to prove it also. The next time you won't volunteer, I think. Because I'm troubling you a lot, perhaps. Okay. Yeah, Omari says, Omari Hoza, A is a project because it involves rig installation, and at the end, the expectation is gas at a certain specific time. And there you go, Omari. Yeah. So there is a plan. This is an oil rig. It has to extract oil, and there is a even if you do not know, you will still fix an end date, saying that by this date we should strike oil, and it may expand, it may extend. There's the uncertainty part in the project. Yeah, but you won't say that we'll keep it open because it's uncertain. We don't know. We'll keep it open forever. You can't do that. It's not a project in that case. If you keep it open for a long time or for infinite time. Yeah. And Testify says the same thing. Let me scroll up and read some more responses. Yeah. Testify says it's a longer project if it is oil exploration. And there you go. Yeah, again, a very interesting point, Testify. Project can be a small project, can be just a month project, or it can be a huge, long project. It can go on for years. Like perhaps the oil rig will go on for years. Yeah. Like Testify is already identified. Yeah? Billy says A is a temporary platform to produce a certain unique product. Yeah, exploration or exploiting. There you go. Yeah? And C is a service which may not have limited time. Yeah. So C is more of a operation. Yeah. There are very clear processes. There is hardly any uncertainty there. So somebody stands in a queue. You ask the customer what do they want. Yeah. then you perhaps enter it in your on your keyboard. Then you get a file. One copy goes in the kitchen, one copy goes to the customer. So it's all very well fixed, as far as example C is concerned. Yeah. So Vinod says, as per me, picture A shows that something constructive has been delivered on a required timeline. Yeah, maybe this is already working. We have already struck oil, and yeah, till then it was a project till the time you struck, and after that it is delivering oil, which may not be a project anymore. It may be an operation, yeah, unless you want to close the well for some reason, for whatever reason. Yeah. So thank you everybody for your responses. I really like it. Thanks for your participation. Yeah. And thankfully somebody has talked about the wedding. Yeah. Definitely in a wedding you have a limited time. Wedding date is already fixed, and I don't know if wedding dates ever get postponed. I've never seen one. Yeah. So wedding dates are very precious, very important there. So wedding dates don't change, and that's why it's definitely a project. There are it's also unique. Yeah, every wedding will have something unique. Definitely the bride and the groom will be unique, and all the other things to do may have some level of uniqueness at least. Yeah. Yeah. So thank you, Billy. Thank you, Tesfai, for your responses. And responses are still coming. Vinod says, I can see B is also a project. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and Vinod brings in his marketing perspective. We can see it as a long-term project of brand positioning, go-to-market, etc. Yeah, yeah, surely. Okay. Yeah, so we can move on perhaps now. Good participation. Thank you, everybody. Yeah. So quick recap after the discussion. It's a temporary endeavor taken to create a unique product or a service, definite beginning, definite end, is driven by objectives. Many projects, at least some projects, miss on the objectives. And if you miss on the excuse me, if you miss on the objective, you're missing on the bigger picture. You're missing on the alignment part. Yeah? So you should have the objectives. Objectives can be very simple. Can be just 3 lines, can be 5 lines. Generally, objectives should be measurable. Measure can be as simple as we have to get oil from this rig within 3 years, within 1 year, within 6 months, whatever that be. Yeah. So we will. So maybe the objective can be that we'll strike oil in the shortest possible time. Yeah. We'll use some new technique by which you can do it in a short time. So a project will have an overall objective to achieve. For example, the objective can be the wedding that we have is going to be the best ever wedding that people would have seen for a long time. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Unique would be something that has not been done before. So you may be developing a new product, a new service. You may be constructing a building or infrastructure. You could be implementing a new business process that would be a service. Yeah. So maybe you have problems with selecting the vendors. Yeah. So you institute a new process. Yeah. So that vendor selection becomes faster and more foolproof. Vendors do not. Maybe you create a new list of criteria to select a vendor. Yeah. So that would be a new business process. Yeah. So project can be used even to do that, even to reorg the organization. Yeah. Or to reorganize the marketing, for example. Yeah. Effecting a change in the structure, staffing, or style of an organization. Even style can be a project. Yeah. So right now the organization is extremely feeling oriented, extremely empathetic to its people. It's all good, but it is not customer centric. So how do we change the culture from the people centric to customer centric? Yeah. So that could be a project, and there could be measurable parameters there also. Yeah. So we undertake projects because we have limited time and we have objectives to meet in the limited time. Yeah? That's why we require projects and project management. More of this as we go along. One second, I'm stuck somewhere here. So this is slightly what do you call pre-project. Yeah, what happens before the project comes in, and where are the boundaries? Yeah? When do we say that we have a project now? So broadly speaking, a project can come from many sources. Yeah? There can be many places from which project can be suggested. Yeah, there could be new ideas that somebody thinks of. Yeah, there could be opportunities that that are available in the market and you are not utilizing them yet. Yeah, maybe there's a new product that the market requires and nobody is making it, and you have an opportunity, but you are not going after that. Yeah, there may be new needs from your customers. They're saying that for example, we require a better sewage pipeline. That could be a need from the customers. The old pipelines have got cracks and things like that. Yeah? Or for example, we need more electricity here. Yeah, because we have this suburb has grown. Yeah, and we don't get maybe there are too many power breaks now because of the population, because of the growth of the suburb. So we require more capacity here. So needs could come from the customer, could come from within. Yeah? So all of these will potentially translate into projects. All of this can potentially translate into projects, but do all of them become a projects? The answer is no. All of them cannot become a project. Yeah? Because if you make all of them as projects, a project would require investment. Yeah? So you are investing your money, hard-earned money of the business, into something which could be very vague ideas, could be very uncertain or unknown opportunities. So there has to be some filter. There has to be some way by which you can discriminate between projects. Take some of them, not take some of them. So what are those filters? So filter one is business planning selection. Yeah? So does the project make a business sense? Yeah? We are having a very tough year now. Yeah? And we don't have our revenues are shrunk. Yeah? There's this pandemic all around, and then you suggest that let us innovate now. Yeah, this is an innovative idea that I bring forth. So that innovative idea will be rejected perhaps by the business planning, by the process of by the business, by the higher level management. Why? Because this is not the right time to think of new ideas. Yeah? We have to conserve our whatever we have. Yeah? So business planning on the basis of business considerations may reject a project. So that is process, that is screen number one. Yeah? Another screen after you go through business planning selection would be concept phase. Yeah? So can this project really work? Is it feasible? Business wise, it's great. It will get us into a new market, and it's a untapped market. So we'll make yeah, it will help. But what about the feasibility? Is it feasible? Yeah. Maybe that market doesn't need this product at all. People are not looking forward to it. Yeah. Say for example, if I try to sell cloth dryers in India, there will not be many buyers. Yeah. Because there is sufficient sunshine. Yeah, throughout the year. So why waste money in a new appliance, and it requires lots of electricity as well, lots of power as well. So why spend on that? Yeah. So a project has to be feasible. So that is the second gate, and only after you pass the second gate, only after you pass the second screen, then the project becomes a project. then the idea becomes a project, opportunity becomes a project, need becomes a project. Yeah? So according to PMI, the project starts from here. This is where the project starts. Yeah? According to PMI's definitions. Yeah? So when a project manager comes onto a project, or when a team happens to get, you try getting people together in a team, the project has already gone through screening, it has already gone through 2 gates. Yeah? Whereas if you look at if you look at Prince 2 standard, Prince 2 standard says that the project begins somewhere here. I think it's only matter of organizing and semantics. Yeah? So whether you start the project here or here, you still have to go through screening. There is no escape. Even for these projects which come into existence here, yeah, you would have done this business planning as well as concept phase filter already. Yeah? So that's about how does a project come into being. Yeah? We said it's temporary. So whatever is temporary has to come into existence. It has to be born, and then it will be over someday. Yeah. So the project is born here after it passes through screening 1 and screening 2. Yeah? You create the project here. These are the projects 1, 2, 3, 4. Then just a moment, please. Yeah. So we are still discussing about project selection. And we saw a picture about that a little earlier. There can also be very clear-cut numerical methods, quantitative methods, by which you can select projects. And I'm just going to mention this in passing. I'm not going to go into details of any of these, yeah? Because this information is perhaps not very much valid anymore. Yeah? But anyway, since the slide is there, we'll quickly look at, quickly go through it. So what we are discussing here is how do you discriminate between projects? How do you choose one project and not choose the other? How do you choose A and not choose B? So one simple way of looking at it would be the payback period. So how soon will the project pay back? And just now I said it's an investment. Yeah? So when you make an investment, there should be a payback. You cannot wait indefinitely for a payback to happen. There will be a limit there. Yeah? So you may say project A, the payback is 3 years, and project B, the payback is 2 years. And you can take up only one project. So which will you take? You'll take the one which has got a lesser payback period. It will be done faster. Then another way of looking at projects or selecting projects could be the discounted cash flows. So a project could be having cash income. You deliver something, yeah, and you may get income out of that. And there would be, of course, cash outgo. Yeah? You'll be buying something for the project. You'll be paying salaries to project team members. So there'll be inflows and outflows into the project. Yeah? And you sum all of those up, and you also discount the cash flows in future, because the value of money changes over time. Yeah? So you bring in also the time aspect of it by discounting whatever is going to come later. And then you look at which project is doing better on the discounted cash flow, which project has a positive cash flow, which means that the project is a project is getting more revenue than what we are spending on it, or does the cash flow finally turn out to be negative, which means we are investing more and getting less. So obviously, a project which has got a positive cash flow will get preference, will get priority. If you're asked to choose between A and B, and A has got a positive discounted cash flow and B has got negative, you'll perhaps choose the one which is positive. Then we may look at economic value added, a slightly long-term view of what are we doing. Yeah? What are we doing to the community? What are we doing to the environment? What are we doing to the carbon emission? So economic value add, are we adding a value in long term? Or just in short term it looks good, but in long term it doesn't make sense. That would be economic value added. Then you may have scoring models, which is fundamentally you have scoring criteria. Yeah, criteria like feasibility, like viability, like market requirement, and then you may say, okay, which projects ranks higher on this model. So whichever ranks higher, that will be taken up. Whichever ranks lower may not be taken up. You may look at net present value. So the benefit is going to come later, and we look at it as of today. Applying time value of money, applying discount. We may look at the internal rate of return. So by the way, whichever project has got higher NPV will be taken up. Whichever project has got a better rate of return, internal rate of return, that will be taken up. You can also look at opportunity cost. So by letting some project go, what are you losing? Are we losing some big opportunity, which we convert to monetary terms and we can justify that? Yeah. So what is the opportunity that we are losing by not taking up some projects? Constraint optimization. Yeah. So one there's one constraint which is and around the constraint you optimize, and only in case you're able to optimize to a certain level, you take up that project. Yeah. And then there are non-financial factors. Yeah, say for your boss says do this project. Yeah, non-financial factor. You have to do it. There's no option. Yeah. So these are the project selection methods. I ended up spending at least 10 minutes on this. I didn't want to, but anyway, fundamentally these can be used to choose amongst the given set of projects. Now, which project should we take up, which we should not take up? This was there in the earlier models of PMBOK. This is not anymore there in PMBOK 6 or PMBOK 7. But just out of academic interest, we went through this. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Now comes a very what should I say? A question that we did not address yet. Yeah? Although we talked about it a little, and that was about value. That was about benefit. Yeah. I'm sorry, I can't. Let me go back to the whiteboard. Yeah, the call is still on. Just a moment. Yeah. So we said a couple of times. Yeah. We said a couple of times about value addition. Yeah, we said. We also use another word a couple of times, another phrase a couple of times, and that would be benefits management or benefits delivery, which is roughly the same as value addition. Yeah, benefits. I hope the spelling is right. No, it is not. Benefits realization. Now the question, an important question that we are asking now, I'm sorry, an important, so what I meant is realization here. Yeah. So how does project get you value? How does project get you benefits? That's what we're trying to answer here. And to understand this, we also now, we'll bring in 2 more or 3 more terms, yeah, as far as this topic is concerned. And those 3 terms would be project, which is what we have been discussing all along, program, which is what something new for all of us, portfolio, again something new for all of us, yeah, and operations. So easier things first. Yeah. So we know project. Yeah. So what are operations? So operations are the almost the exact reverse of projects. Operations, for example, imagine a factory. Imagine a factory. Maybe you are producing cars in the factory, yeah, and you produce this. Let us we take a batch, for example. So in a batch, we will produce the same cars again and again, the same color, the same make, the same body, the same upholstery. Yeah? So you'll be producing a car after car after car, and that will go on forever. Yeah? You may have the production on for all 24 hours into 7 days a week. So that is what we call as operations. Yeah? In operations, we do the same thing again and again, and there is nothing wrong in that. Yeah? Without operations, you cannot make revenue. Yeah? Unless you make a car, and unless you sell it, unless somebody buys it from your distribution, there's no point. Yeah, there's no point. That's what the business relies on. Yeah? So operations bring in revenue. Operations sell something in the market. Yeah? That is operations, which is very much in contrast with the project. Yeah? So project is temporary. Operation is permanent. Yeah? A project is project is an investment. Operations generates revenue. Projects have a limited time. They have to finish. There's a start and there's a finish. Operations run forever, 24/7, 12 months a year. Yeah, if the economy is doing well, operations are on all the time. Yeah? So that's the difference between operations and projects. Yeah? So now how do you how do you connect projects and operations? So you may have a portfolio of projects, and let us discuss about program and portfolio earlier, then we'll come back to operations again. Yeah, so we said through projects, yeah, through projects we create a deliverable or deliverables. These deliverables would create a capacity. So let us say I build a river across a bridge. Yeah, so I'm creating a new capacity now. You can reach the other side faster. Yeah? So the project will create a capacity, will create a feature. Yeah. But that alone is not sufficient. The customer may not require the capacity, or the capacity stand alone may not be of much use to the customer. For example, in my city where I live now, that city is called as Bangalore. I said this before also. Yeah. In Bangalore, there's one huge project which has been going on for a long time, and that project is the metro railway. metro train. It is no, it has been going on. Their target is 50 kilometers, and I think they have achieved about 25 kilometers till now. Rest of the 35 kilometers is still to be done. Yeah? So they're still working on it. So if you go around, you would see lots of construction happening. Yeah? They would be raising, the metro runs at a higher level over and above the normal traffic. Yeah? So they would raise those big pillars to support the metro, to support the train. Yeah, and they'll lay down the rails. There will be a roof for there'll be a station. The station will have a roof. Yeah? They'll perhaps get electricity there to get the traction. Yeah? So all of this is required to happen. But when all of this is happening, you are not still creating a value. The value will be created only when all of this work gets over, all these projects get over, and finally a customer is able to, or a commuter is able to buy a ticket, get into a train, and reach the destination in some specific expected time. Yeah, much faster than what would happen otherwise. So we need to finally create a value. Yeah? Through projects, we could be creating isolated, standalone structures or capacity. Yeah? Through a program, we ensure that the many projects that we do, they add up and they create a value. So projects add up and create a value. That would be a program. Yeah? And they generate a value. So in my city, in the metro train, there are lots of projects happening simultaneously, and they're doing some, they're necessary, but unless they all come together, then the commuter will not feel any impact. The ultimate value realization should be done by the commuter on the train. Yeah? So that is an example of a program. So projects deliver a value through a program. Yeah? Another term that I wrote on the board some time back, that was portfolio. So what's a portfolio? So let us say I'm the government. Yeah, I'm the government of the country. I run the country. Yeah, and for this year, we have got a budget of $6 million billions of dollars. Yeah, for new work that is to be taken up. Yeah. So then you may check what all do we want to do. Yeah. So maybe we want to make so many kilometers of highways. So maybe some say 1,400 kilometers. I'm just putting up a number. Yeah. We need to create a new railroads. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. And we need to also spend money on infant care. Yeah. We need to create infrastructure of say creches and homes and and all that. We want to do that. So you have $66 with you. You want to split those dollars into new projects and new programs. Yeah? And the question that you would ask here is that, am I investing money into the right projects and the right programs? Or some of these projects are not perhaps required, or they are too risky. Yeah? When we put all these, when we combine these projects together, that becomes very risky. Yeah? So how do we balance risks? How do we take up a very low risk project and a very high risk project and try to balance between the two? So such decisions will be taken up at the portfolio management level. The basic question that you would ask is that, are we doing the right projects and right programs? If we are not doing right projects and right programs, we better not do them. We may stop them halfway through. We may terminate them. Yeah? So that would be portfolio management. So portfolio is a collection of projects which meet strategic objectives, which retain, which are at a, which moderate risks in that set of projects. So that would be portfolio management. Yeah. Program and project management is about are we doing the projects right? Yeah. And portfolio management is about are we doing the right projects? Yeah. So this is how. So project is a part of the larger scenario of portfolio management and program management and operations management. Yeah. And that is how project is linked to rest of the organization. Yeah. It is not a standalone thing. There can be standalone projects as well. Yeah. Nothing stops from having a standalone project. But by and large, projects would be part of a larger portfolio, larger program, larger operations, yeah, and create a benefit and create a value. You can stop me anytime if you have a question. Yeah. But I'm not exactly waiting right now. We'll proceed, and maybe in another 10 minutes or so we'll take another break. Yeah, we are close to 9:30 my time. I'm sorry. What's happening? Yeah, 1 second. I'm having some issue here. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, issue resolved. My mouse was stuck somewhere. Now there is a resolve. And there is a question on chat. I'll answer that question. Just a moment. Now we'll just finish the this part, yeah, the program, portfolio, and projects part, and then we'll take a break. Yeah, by then it will be about 9:30. Yeah. So right now I'll take up the question which has come on chat. Yeah, thank you, Testify, for raising this question. The organization that I'm reading it aloud now. The organization I'm working looks like what you are explaining. The Somaliland Development Fund is a portfolio. It has two programs, one with objective to increase agricultural products and productivity. The second one is to improve services like access to water and transportation. Yeah, all over anticipated to increase the economic development of the country. Yeah, each program has a number of projects. Yeah, one of the livestock, one is of livestock development and project I am technically advising. Yeah, yeah. Thank you for this. Thank you for your message, Tesfai. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is relevant, and what you have inferred seems to be quite right. Yeah, seems to be very right. And thank you, Tesfai, for your input. Yeah. If anybody else has any comment or a question, please do ask. Yeah. I'll be more than happy to answer if I can. Otherwise, I will take it up in the next session. Okay. There seems to be no question. So we'll just conclude this part and then take a break. We are at about we have still about 1 hour left on the call. So we'll take a break before the 1 hour thing starts. Yeah. So Charles has another comment. I have one question rather. He says, during the implementation phase of project, who is in charge of assessment of risk management and mitigation strategies? Is it the portfolio manager or PM? Charles, risk can be at various levels. There can be project risk, there can be program risk, there can be a portfolio risk. So depending upon what level you are looking at the risks, yeah, So you would look at the project level risks first, and then you would say some of the risks are perhaps not project risks. They can be better handled by program, or they are not project risks. They can be handled better by the portfolio. So you may escalate some risks to the higher levels, and the corresponding person there will, the portfolio manager or the program manager or the project manager, will handle the risk accordingly. Will assess the risk and will decide on the risk, assess risk response and whatnot. Yeah. So Charles, I hope you got the response. Yeah. Okay. So we'll just wrap this up. Yeah. So what's the program? In official words, what's the program? Program is is defined as a group of related projects managed in a coordinated way to obtain benefits and control not available from managing them individually. Yeah. So if you handle each project individually and do not bring in the concept of program, then it will take longer to obtain the benefit, because everybody is operating in his or her own way. Resources are not getting balanced. Yeah. You wait for some resource, somebody else is idling the resource. So that will be ironed out if you have a program management. Yeah. There are so that would be you need to manage them in a coordinated way to obtain benefits, which will not be available if you manage them singly, individually. A program may include elements of related work outside the scope of the discrete projects in the program. A project may or may not be part of a program, but a program will always have projects. It works only one way. A portfolio refers to a collection of projects or programs. Yeah. Mind you, now programs have also come in the definition, and other work that are grouped together to facilitate effective management of that work to meet strategic, keyword is strategic, business objectives. Yeah. So you're looking at slightly long term when you talk of a portfolio. The projects or programs in a portfolio may not necessarily be interdependent or directly related. So like what we heard from in the earlier question, earlier note from TESFI, that there could be distinct projects like the Somaliland Development Fund. That's a portfolio. It has got two programs, and the program is uh, the program one with objective to increase agricultural products and productivity. The second one is improve services like access to water. Yeah? So these two are linked, but they may not always be linked. Yeah. So maybe a healthcare program and infrastructure program can come together, and work as a part of a bigger portfolio, because portfolio is worried about are we doing the right projects or not. Is not worried about any coordination across the different projects. That is taken care of by the program management. Yeah. One second. Projects are often used to. I'm sorry. One second. There's a little bit of issue here at my end. I've shared the wrong presentation, the wrong part. Yeah, and here we go. Yeah. So projects are often used as a means for achieving an organization strategic plan. You can take up projects, for example, for market demand, for strategic opportunity and business needs, customer requested projects. They can be technological advancement projects. Yeah, technology has changed. Yeah. You are on some old platform. and that platform is no more being supported. You're on Android 5 and the world has moved to Android 8 or something. Yeah? So there can be a project which will help you migrate from Android 5 to Android 8 or something. Yeah? Legal requirement could also lead to projects. For example, changes in tax rules. For example, new regulation on emission. So that can also lead to creating a project around the change legal requirement. So you require, wherever you require a change, you require a project. So we'll close with this slide, close temporarily, that is, we'll take a break with this slide. Yeah. So what is a project manager? A project manager is an individual responsible for managing the project. Yeah. Project manager should be identified and assigned as early as possible on the project. Yeah. Later you assign more difficult life you create for the project manager. The project manager should have appropriate authority, appropriate accountability. Yeah, you should not give him responsibility or her responsibility, and there is no authority at all. That won't work. In terms of project manager, yeah, we discussed this earlier also indirectly through this talent triangle. So project manager should have knowledge. So I should know the theoretical background of whatever I'm doing. But that alone is not sufficient. Yeah, I know technically how to swim, but if I don't get into water at all, I will not learn swimming. So similarly, you need to have performance. Just knowledge is not good enough. So knowledge has to translate to performance by repeated application of the knowledge, by doing things over and again, multiple number of times, and then you get you have those skills by which you can perform a job, perform a task. And beyond the knowledge and performance, a project manager should also have personal efficiency, yeah, which refers to how the project manager conducts when performing the project or related activity, attitude, personality, leadership qualities. All of that will come into personal efficiency. So we say that the project manager has to know the domain knowledge about the sector, about the project that you're working on, should perform, should also be able to perform, and not just be theoretically equipped. And finally, simultaneously, should have the right attitude, right leadership qualities, etc. So we will stop here. We'll stop for a break. It's about 9:30 my time. The right time to take a break. Every 1.5 hours, as I said. Yeah. So yeah, we take a break. Yeah. Note the time in your watches. Like in my watch, it is 9:37 approximately. So I'll come back by 9:47 my time. Yeah. See you very soon. Thank you. Yeah, hello everybody. I'm back on the call. Yeah. Okay, so we are we are talking about. I'm not pull down my microphone. Yeah, now this should be better. Yeah, I hope you can hear me now. Hear me clear. Yeah. So we are still discussing about how project is a part of, or we were discussing that a part of portfolio and a program. There's one point which was raised by Tesfai. Yeah, thank you, Tesfai, for letting me know. So Tesfai said that they are interlinked. That is fine. Water is for both drinking and agriculture, and the road projects are to improve the agricultural inputs and output marketing. Yeah, there's no doubt that's fine. Uh, all that I wanted to make it clear to everybody is that in a portfolio, projects and programs may or may not be related. They can be related, they may not be related. But whereas in a program, by the very definition, the projects are related. They are linked with each other, and they together deliver the value. So that's the difference which I wanted to highlight. Yeah. So we are done with one part so now we know how a project would come into being and how it would help the overall organization. Yeah. So now, how do we run projects? So one concept of running a project, or to understand how to run a project, how to manage a project, that is called as project life cycle. Yeah. So this is a very technical term which you may have come across, you may not have come across. Yeah. So when you say life cycle, we break down the project into multiple phases. We break down the project into multiple phases, and each phase is a project by itself. If you think of it, yeah, is a project by itself. Um, so within a phase, there will be certain activities that you will do. Yeah, those activities will lead to a deliverable. So a phase will always result into a deliverable. The deliverable could be internal, could be external, could be consumed within the project, could be given to the customer. Yeah. So in some of the projects, yeah, in some of the projects where things are fairly straightforward, yeah, you may have a situation like this. Yeah, you may have a phase called pre-project work, starting the project, organizing and preparing, carrying out the work, yeah, and then completing the project. That is how some of the projects, very ideal scenario, projects would run. Yeah. So in the pre-project work, you would do needs assessment, you get the business case, you make the benefits management plan. So what are the documents or artifacts that you would create? Yeah. So before the project, you would create business case and benefits management plan, maybe one of them. Yeah. Once the project is about to start, you will have the project charter, and once your project is through, then you would have a project management plan, which you would make during the organizing and planning. At the end of every phase, or at the end of every stage, you have a gate. So only after the charter is there and the charter is good, then you can say we are going to organizing and preparing. Yeah. Only after the business case is there, it is approved business case, only then you can create a project charter. So there will be gates across different phases, and the gates will dictate whether you will go ahead or go back. And at a gate, you may also say this project is no more required. We don't need this project. You may terminate a project at a gate. So this is the general construct for a project, but this is not very. This is very ideal. This is very ideal. This is not really practical. In practice, things may be different, and how they are different, that is what we will look at in the next couple of slides. Yeah. So right now, what we are discussing is we are now trying to understand the basic framework which we need to create to manage the project. And one part of the basic framework is the project life cycle. This got slightly muddled up. What I'll do is I'll go to the board and explain things there. That is better. Yeah. So we are discussing about a project, yeah, on a timeline. Yeah. So we said project is temporary. Yeah. So a temporary project will have a start, and a temporary project will have a finish. Okay. And between the start and the finish, you will have project phases. Yeah? These are the phases of the project. These are the gates in the project. Yeah? At the end of each phase, there will be a gate. So this diamond denotes a gate. Yeah? The phases, the names of the phases, for example, yeah? The number of phases you will have in a project, the output of a phase, yeah? The deliverable of a phase. All of this will depend upon what are you creating at this point. What is your end product of the project? Yeah? If you are producing software here, yeah, let me write the complete word software. Some of you may not be used to this S/W abbreviation. Yeah. So if you are doing a software, if you are producing software here, yeah, then the phases will change accordingly. Yeah. So maybe here you would collect requirements, or forget about collect requirements. Let us make it more generic. Yeah. So let us say we have only 3 phases here. We have only 3 phases here. Yeah. And one phase would be, say, design. Then after design, you have the code, and after the code, you have the test. So this could be 3 phases because you are creating software. This is how the phases will go. So let us say instead of software, I'm not working on software, but I know I'm working on a construction. Yeah. So in a construction, I'm not sure how it works, but I'm just stating my own guess, which perhaps will be wrong, but it's okay. I'm just illustrating a concept through that, so that it may be, you please overlook if it is wrong. Yeah. So if you are producing a building here, yeah, a building, constructing a building. So the outcome is building. Then correspondingly, your phases would vary. Yeah. So you may have excavation here, yeah? And then you may have, or before that, you may do soil testing, and then you may have excavation, and then I don't know. You may make the layout, the architectural layout, or whatever, yeah? And so on and so forth. So all these, so design and code in software is very specific to software. Yeah. The activities inside the design are very specific to software. The coding activities inside the code are very specific to software. Yeah. The language, the semantics, the rules, yeah, the build process, and all that will be very typical to coding. That will be very typical to a software product, and it will be part of the coding phase. Similarly, excavation, yeah, would be very typical of a construction. You will not excavate in a software project, for example. Yeah. The drawing, the layout of the building and all that will be again very typical to a construction project. May not have much value. It has no value at all in in a software project. Yeah? So here again, within excavation there could be specific activities. Yeah? Within layout there could be specific activities. Yeah? So these specific activities will lead to a outcome, a deliverable, and that outcome will pass through a gate. So that is how, this is what we call as, so all this put together, yeah, design, code, test, all of this put together, these would be called as, yeah, these three put together, all the phases put together, that would be called as project life cycle. L is called PLC in short. PLC, project life cycle. The PLC, as I said, I'm saying this the last time now, that it will, the PLC will depend upon what are you producing as the end product of the project. That is what the PLC will depend upon. PLC will contain phases, and in each phase there will be specific activities which will depend on the product that you're creating. And between phases, when you go from phase 1 to phase 2, phase 2 to phase 3, there will be gates which will allow you to go through or not allow you to go through. So this is what we call as project life cycle. Now again, now you may ask, where is project management coming into picture here? So project management is all over the place. It is, project management will make things happen. Project management will ensure that design is planned. Project management will ensure that the phase before design is complete, design is planned. Yeah? Project management will ensure that we do the design as per the plan. We don't digress here and there. We meet those dates. Yeah? Project management will ensure that whichever stakeholder was supposed to get involved is involved. The team works. So project management overlooks whatever the project life cycle is doing. For the project life cycle to turn into motion and do something, you require project management. On its own, the project life cycle cannot run. Yeah? I hope you are with me, and I hope these things are, you're getting clarity on what we are discussing right now. Okay. So this particular way of doing a project, yeah, where we have a phase, yeah, a phase called design, a phase called code, a phase called test. So what you are doing here is you are completing the entire design. Yeah? You are completing the entire design. There's nothing left open in the design. Design is complete, and then you pass it to code. Yeah? Then you do coding. Yeah, you do all the coding that is required. In between, you don't go back to design because that is not expected. Yeah? If you have to go back to design, then there's a problem. Yeah? So you do all the coding, entire coding is done, and then you go to test. So this is an ideal case. Yeah? It never happens in a project that the entire phase is over and then the next phase takes over. Yeah? There are some things which are still left out. Yeah? For some of the projects, so this particular very clear and very clean concept of project life cycle, this is called as predictive life cycle. It's called as predictive life cycle, or just predictive. Let us not expand it. Just predictive. Now, all the projects may not be running on predictive mode, predictive model. Yeah? Imagine you are launching the first man on the moon. You are in charge of that big project, very ambitious project, by which you're going to put the first man on the moon. Yeah? And then you say, okay, in this project, this design is over. Now we will not revisit design. Yeah? Yeah? And we are in coding now. In nowhere we can go back to design. You can't do that in such a project. Yeah? So in such a project, say a project which has not been, a similar project has not been tried before. Yeah? This is something which is very risky. Yeah? We are doing it for the first time. Yeah? In that case, the objective is not to finish the project in time. The objective is not to finish the project within the cost. Also, imagine the Apollo program, moon landing. Yeah, they had almost infinite budget, and they were never asked to to push the rocket up or blast the rocket on a particular date. Yeah? They went by whatever was possible. So there, what you do is you get things right. Yeah, you get things working. Yeah. So you make things so till the time it works, till the time it is right, till the time it is good, you may keep on redoing the same phase again and again. Yeah. So after coding, I may come back to design, and then again I go to coding, and then from coding I go to testing, and from testing I come back again to um, design. Yeah. So I may have multiple iterations of phases till the time I get it right. So the objective here is to get it right. Objective here is not to finish in time. The objective is not to finish within the given budget. That is incidental. If it happens, it is good. But the objective here is to get it right. So this is called as iterative cycle. You have iterations, and till the iterations are till we do multiple iterations, till the time we get it right, we keep on doing the iterations. It's called iterative. So at the end, you deliver once, like predictive, but to get there, you may have to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth till the time you get it right, till the time it works right. That is called as iterative model. Yeah. Then there's a third model in which you are facing a real market, real competition. Yeah. So you have to deliver fast. Yeah. So the primary objective is speed. Yeah. So can we deliver fast? And to deliver it fast, to deliver it with a great speed, you may have to have a frequency of delivery, not just one delivery, but a frequency. Or in other words, you may deliver small portions at a faster rate. Yeah. So this is called as incremental. Yeah. So you release one feature. Yeah. Then you release a second feature after some gap, again the third feature. Yeah. You don't deliver everything at the end. You keep on delivering incrementally. The idea is that we deliver fast. We deliver with a better frequency. Yeah. Of course, you can't go, you can't reduce it to say one day that deliver something every day. It maybe 1 week could be good that you deliver something every week, but you're delivering value incrementally. You're delivering value incrementally. You don't wait for the entire product to be built. One small feature you are ready with that, you get to give it to the customer. So that is called value, creating value with small increments. So that is called incremental mode, incremental delivery. And finally, we combine iterative. Yeah. Iterative is we iterate because the technology is not proven. Apollo 11, you're sending somebody to the moon for the first time. It has never been tried before. Yeah. That's why we do iteratively. So the technology is new, it is nascent, it is developing. That is where we will use iterative. And where we require very fast speed, yeah, we want to beat somebody else, we use incremental. And when we combine the two, incremental, okay, when we combine the two, we get agile. Yeah. So in agile, you deliver incrementally something which the customer will use, and that is for a complex problem. That's for a complex product for which you will do iterations anyway. Yeah. So now in agile we combine the two. We combine iterative as well as incremental. So imagine that, of course that may not be possible. Imagine that you are delivering a very small part of the Apollo spacecraft. That will be agile. A complex scenario and incremental delivery. So this is what we typically call as agile, and this is the approach used, getting popular day by day, and more projects are using agile. Are you with me? Is the progression from predictive to incremental to agile, and agile incremental to iterative to incremental to agile, is the difference clear? Are you able to distinguish between these 4 different types of life cycles? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Michelle. Okay, that is good to know. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Billy. Thank you, Vinod. Yeah. So if we have understood this, we have understood a very basic concept. Yeah? And this will further lead us to what is agile mindset. Yeah? So in a lighter vein, if you visit a restaurant, they do incremental delivery. They don't deliver everything all in one go. Yeah. But they time their delivery as per your requirement, and they serve you a different dish every time. Yeah? So if you visit a hotel or a restaurant, slightly up market, yeah, they definitely practice incremental delivery. They deliver things in bits and pieces, and everything that they deliver is useful. It can be used immediately. So Vinod says request to highlight the 4 once again. Yeah. Yeah. So okay, so back to that, back to the first type. So first type is predictive. Yeah. In a predictive life cycle, there are distinct phases. Yeah. And from each phase, you go to the next phase. You do not go back to the earlier phase. So distinct one-way development. Yeah. The objective here in predictive, because the product is well known, the technology is well known, you are constructing a bridge across a river. Yeah. Everything is fairly well known. Yeah. So here the primary objective is the cost. How do we do it within cost, within schedule? So schedule is a subset of cost. Yeah. Cost may go up because of schedule. Yeah. So cost is the primary, and a primary objective is to maintain costs. Yeah. The second approach is iterative. So in iterative, there are multiple iterations of the phases. Yeah. So phases get iterated. Yeah? You go back and forth till the time you feel something is working right. Yeah? So phases back and forth. The objective here is to deliver something that is right. Yeah? Something that will work, something that you can rely upon. Incremental, so you deliver at a high frequency. Yeah? Multiple deliverables to the customer which are working. Yeah? So high frequency delivery. And the objective here is to have speed, maintain lead over others. So in an extremely competitive market, people will be, to keep the so maybe I'll release a patch immediately. Yeah? Or I will I will I will release a small feature immediately because somebody else is going to deliver something similar. So it is in a market where there are many competitors, and the customer won't wait. Customer won't wait. And the last one was agile. So agile actually combines the two, iterative as well as incremental. So it is iterative plus incremental. Yeah. And the idea here is, I didn't perhaps indicate this earlier. The objective of agile is to get customer value, customer feedback rather, not value, customer feedback. So you are working on a very complex project, yeah, because of which you require iterative, and you are also working in a competitive environment simultaneously. Yeah. The customer is also not clear about what he or she wants. You want frequent feedback from the customer. That is your objective, so that you get the right product out. So that is where you would use agile. A complex situation where the customer feedback is important. That dictates how you do the project. So that is agile. So we will discuss more about agile when we, and more about this also perhaps when we get there, when we get to agile. Yeah. There's a question from Danish. Is I'm sorry, Michelle perhaps. Yeah. Is predictive? So Vinod, I hope you have taken care of your question. Danish says, is predictive same as waterfall? Yeah, Danish. In some context, not context, in some groups, maybe some generally in software they use the word waterfall. Yeah, but actually it is not officially correct word. It just became popular. Yeah. Yeah, but it is waterfall. It is, you're right. There is no difference between predictive and waterfall. So imagine in a waterfall, you raised a good point, Michelle. Imagine in a waterfall, the water cannot flow back. Water flows only in one direction. Yeah? You cannot make the water flow back. Yeah? So that is the same thing with predictive. You don't go back. You keep on moving forward. You close something, finish something, and then you move forward. Yeah? So yeah. So thank you, Michelle, for bringing that point. Yeah. So let us get back to the presentation. No, not here yet. It was here. Yeah. Then there are some things which came in between. Okay. Okay, fine. So what we'll do is we will. Yeah. So we are now discussing about project management. Yeah. We are saying that there are a couple of different types of life cycles, development cycles. We need to manage them. Yeah. But before all of that to happen, before we get into those details, we need to have a project which is a valid project. Yeah. A project generally does not earn its own revenue. It depends upon somebody else's help. So you require a sponsor for a project. Yeah. You require the sponsor who has got deep pockets, yeah, and can fund the project. So the project has to come into being. Yeah. And for the project to come into being, you require certain document. You require certain approved document, certain maybe an electronic document, maybe a physical document, but you require an approval for a project, that this project is good, this project can be taken up. Yeah. You require it's not approval, right, really. Maybe the correct word is authorization. Yeah. So the organization has certain resources, yeah, and somebody would authorize the project manager or the project to use those resources for the project objectives. Yeah. So you require authorization, and that authorization comes through project charter. So in a predictive model, even in an agile model, yeah, you require a go ahead. You require a start. You require a push, and that push will come through a project charter. So many projects, most of the project would make a project charter. The project charter would get presented to the relevant set of people, which would be stakeholders. Who will be the stakeholders? Yeah, and they would bless the project, saying that yeah, this is good to go. This project, of course, this project has risks like any other project would have, but we can still manage. Yeah? And the organization owns the project now. If we did not have a project charter, yeah? If we did not have a project charter, you have a problem. The problem is that if anything goes wrong, and that is not unlikely, yeah, the project manager will bear the brunt. The project manager will face the music. So now with the project charter and with the kickoff meeting, you are ensuring that there is no such. The project manager is safe. Everybody is bought into the project. Everybody is aware of what's happening, what may happen, and it's a joint risk. It's a joint risk. Yeah, it is not only PM's risk. So to get the project started, you require at least one of these. You may require, if you are doing a project purely on contract, yeah, somebody has given you very clear requirements, yeah, and ask you to make something out of it. Get the product out of the requirements. In such a case, you may use project statement of work, and project statement of work can justify the project charter, that the customer has signed a contract with us. This contract has got appendix. The appendix contains the statement of work, yeah? And based on that, we are asking for a go ahead on the project. We are asking for this project be authorized to a particular project manager. So that could be one basis on which you could start a project. Another would be the business case. So imagine you have imagined a new idea, and you feel that the idea is great. If that idea is implemented, we'll get into a new market, or our revenues will increase, or our expenses will reduce, or whatever. Yeah? So that idea needs to be discussed. Yeah? So you need to present the business case, that these are the expenses, these are the benefits, these are the approximate times at which we derive the benefits. Yeah? And that if that makes a good business case, it will turn into a project. You will create a project charter. You may also have long-term agreements between two companies, and as a part of the long-term agreements, you could be getting projects, and you may then create a project charter stating a reference to a long-term agreement, so and so. Yeah? There may be contracts signed between the two parties, for which you may again start a new project, and there would be a project charter. And there could also be SLAs, service level agreements, based on which you may again have it will be a very dynamic situation when it comes to SLAs. But again, you may have a project charter corresponding to some of the problems raised in the SLAs. So these are the basis on which the project will start on a project charter, and the project charter in turn will derive its authenticity from the SOW, from the business case, so on and so forth. Yeah? So that's why I ask, is project charter similar to PIM? And PIM stands for Project Implementation Manual. No, TESFI, no. It is not the same as Project Implementation Manual. Project Implementation Manual will be much more detailed. It will have instructions clearly to how to do the project, who will do what, and all that. Whereas project charter is a fairly high-level document, which says that this project is now authorized. Yeah, it has got a sponsor, it has got a project manager, and it has got this following one or two people as the core team. Yeah? And then this project can now use resources of the organization and go ahead. And the next thing that they would do is perhaps planning. Immediately they would start with the very first level of planning. Yeah? So it is not the same as PIM. PIM will come into picture, perhaps. PIM is not a very official word I have heard before, but anyway, I can guess perhaps what it is. Yeah. So PIM, according to me, testify would come into picture only when the project plan is there, and you expect people to implement as per the plan. And there you give help to you are helping your team out of that, in that situation. That is where PIM will come into picture, perhaps. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, we just have about a couple of minutes left now. Just a moment, please. Yeah. So we talked about a project charter. Some of the organizations, yeah, may have a project management office. So project management office is, it's a buffer, not exactly a buffer, but it's something which helps both sides. On one side you have the project management, on the other side you have the organizational management. Yeah. So the information to go from project management to the organization management, from organization management back to the project, you may have a project management office doing that. Yeah. So by and large, project management office can be doing three kinds of roles: a supportive role, a controlling role, and a directive role. So supportive role would be to provide help for a project when required, to own the process in the project management, to own templates of project management. That would be supportive PMO. They may not have any decisive role here. They are more like advisors. Yeah. Then a PMO may also be controlling PMO. In a controlling PMO, the PMO looks at the way the project is running and may have suggestions on how things could change for better. So they are definitely into the project now, and they are looking at what's happening. And a directive PMO would even take a decision. For example, such as this project needs to be terminated, yeah, or this project this project needs to be pushed by a month or something. Yeah. So that's a directive PMO. So based on the organization's requirements, your level of PMO involvement may vary, and PMOs may not be there everywhere. In organizations where there are many projects happening simultaneously, and the CEO requires help from a PMO, that is where a PMO would come into a picture. Typically, PMO reports directly to the CEO, or maybe a business head or something. Yeah? It does not report to the project manager. Yeah, there's a question from Vinod. The statement of work is detailed document that speaks about the projects of all 7W and 1H along with comments. So I don't know what is 7W and 1H, Vinod. You may have to help me with that. And then only then I can think of a with commercials. Okay. Yeah. So while Vinod responds, let us move on to the next slide. Yeah. So these are some very typical patterns that you would see. So let me answer Vinod. I don't know whether he is able to hear me or not. One second. Okay. Yeah. So here are some typical patterns that you should observe. You should observe. Yeah. So for example, when as time elapses on a project, how should cost and staffing vary? So a typical pattern that you should see in a project, in a good project, in a project that is a run well, you would see a bell curve kind of a curve, yeah? A bell curve. Yeah? So the curve rises and then peaks and then falls. Yeah? So this is what you should see about cost and staffing. Yeah, the project staffing should be like this. Project staff should be like this. Okay, Vinod says who, when. Yeah, I knew about that. I had a temporary lapse of memory. So Vinod says who, when, why, what, where, and how. Yeah, statement of work may not address. See, typically statement of work accompanies a contract. Yeah? Contract has a standard language which you would rarely touch. Yeah, it has been derived after a long discussion. So you may not touch a contract language at all. Yeah? So you may just change the dates and the names in the new contract. So the details of what the customer wants is in the contract, is in the SOW. So SOW is the details about what the customer, fundamentally it is about what the customer wants from the project. It's a slightly informal way of looking at it. Yeah? And then in addition to that, you may include many other things like like constraints, like assumptions, yeah? Like any specific date that the customer wants. So that may come in gradually, but typically it is description of work involved in the project, and that description may not be very precise, may not be very exact, may not follow a template. It is more like a narrative, and from that you make things formal. Yeah? So that is how an SOW would look like. That is what I have seen in different projects. Okay, so coming back to these patterns. So we know that I hope you are taken care of. Yeah. So coming back to this, so you would see this pattern like a bell curve when you see cost and staffing. Yeah? Change in cost and staffing. Omari, it is not scope of work. SOW is a statement of work. I'm sorry, I should have made it clear. Yeah, it is. Let me write it here. It should be very clear to everybody. Yeah. So SOW is the statement of work. Pardon my handwriting. Blame it on the board, not me. Yeah. Statement of work, SOW. Yeah, I hope everybody heard that. It is not scope of work. Yeah. So if I inadvertently have used scope of work, that was wrong. It was not right. Yeah. So we'll just complete maybe another 2 or 3 slides and then close. Yeah, so we'll just take up the next slide and close. Yeah, that's all. Yeah. So that was so the pattern that you should observe here you should observe with respect to risk and uncertainty would be this pattern. Initially, risk is high, uncertainty is high, and as you do more phases, as you accomplish more iterations, more phases, yeah, more increments, your risk will reduce, should reduce. Cost of change will increase if you change later in the project, later in time in the project, the change will be more expensive, and that's the basis for entire quality. Am I right? In quality, we want to catch problems earlier. You want to catch problems earlier because if you catch them later, they're expensive. They can be expensive to 10 times, 100 times, or whatever. This we have anyway discussed: iterative, predictive, and adaptive or agile. So we have discussed that. So that's, I think we'll stop here now. We have the next topic is about constraints, and we are not, that is a fresh topic. Yeah, we can start on it when we come back in the next week. Yeah. Ideally, we should have we are behind. We are behind now, behind the schedule, but don't worry. This happens usually. The first first session takes longer time than what it should, but we will catch up by the end. Yeah. I have never ever missed anything, missed delivering anything in the course because we were late in the first session. Yeah. So we will stop here. Yeah. So in the final part, we discussed about different types of life cycles and the reasons for them and the purpose of each of them. And we also looked at what is a PMO, what is a project charter. We looked at the patterns that you should observe in a good project. So with this, we will stop. It is 10:30 my time in Bangalore. Yeah, it was nice. It was good. It was great talking to all of you today, having you on this call. So please do come back on next Saturday, and we'll continue from where we are left. Yeah. I'm going to stay on the call for maybe another 2 or 3 minutes. In case you want to ask me something, you can. But please keep it short because it is already 10:30 my time, a little late from my perspective. But anyway, if you have some questions, I can wait. Yeah. Yes, Vinod, you have a small doubt. Please go ahead with your doubt. I'm waiting. So you mean to say the length of the test, the duration of the test, Vinod? Is that what you mean? The duration is 4 hours. It is a 4-hour duration. It's not exactly 3. It is not 4. It is 3 hours and 50 minutes, I think. Yeah, 3 hours and 50 minutes, approximately 4 hours. With 2 breaks. You can take 2 breaks in between. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Vinod. That was an important question, although it was a simple question. Then Charles has a small question. Yeah, Charles, please let me know your small question. Difference between phase, gate, and milestone in a project life cycle. Yeah, we will. I will answer this once again when we go to the relevant part. But even now, just to take care of your immediate curiosity, phase gate is at the end of the phase. Yeah, your design phase is over. Whatever Monica says, the 2 breaks have to be has considered as a combination break. I didn't understand. Monica, but what I know is that those the breaks do not. So while the break is on, your 4-hour clock doesn't go ahead. It stops. Yeah. So they are not included as a part of the 4 hours. They are outside the 4 hours, and the maximum is 10 minutes. You can't take a break longer than 10 minutes. Okay. So you have a 4-hour exam. In between, you may take a 10-minute break, and your exam time will be extended by those 10 minutes if you take a break. Yeah. But there are only 2 breaks of 10 minutes allowed. That's all. Yeah. And so thank you, Monica, for that question. Charles says difference. Yeah, I was discussing the difference between phase, gate, and milestone. So phase is say, let us say, design phase. So there are set activities in the design phase, and once your design is complete, you will pass it through a test or pass it through a review, pass it through a simulation or something, and then say that the design is good. Yeah? And that will be the end of design, and that will be the phase gate for end of design. There may or may not be a milestone with this event. You may say end of design is a milestone, or it may not be a milestone. Depends on what the project requires. So every phase gate is not a milestone, and every milestone is not a phase gate. Yeah? So within a phase, there can be multiple milestones. So both are separate. And maybe when we come to the schedule management, we'll talk about it more. Yeah, Omar. Yeah, you too. Thank you, Omar. So Charles, I hope your question is at least partially clear. Yeah, you're welcome, Charles. Okay, looks like there are no questions, but we still have 11 people on the call. I don't. Yeah. So, so good night, everybody. We are closing this call now. There seem to be no further questions coming. Thank you for your participation today, and yeah, I look forward to meeting you again on the coming Saturday. Yeah, Amri, that is really very nice of you. Thank you. Very nice of you. Thank you. You definitely that matters for me. Yeah, it encourages me to do better. Thank you. Yeah, good night, Charles, and good night, everybody else.